Hello everybody and welcome back to the Shanghai Masters main action at the final as we now get through to the last two stage, and this time around it will be down to the all-English final. Karen Wilson, the world number 7, up against the world number 1. Incredibly, those two haven't met each other since March of 2025 when they played in the final of the Players' Championship, and that was both the latest final that they've played but also the ones that they didn't really have any more head-to-head session in between themselves. So now it's going to be all down to which one of them can showcase the form that both of them have demonstrated against Wu Yize and Zhao Xingtong in the semi-finals. You have to say, very different performance at the end of it, because it was 10-6 for Trump and he was very much in control of that match throughout the majority of it. But when it comes down to Zhao Xingtong, and Karen Wilson, it was a bit of a different story. It was a bit of a stop-stop match, and now it will be all down to the race to 11 frames, the only match in the entire season as it stands, which will be played towards first to 11, which means the first session now is going to consist out of 10 frames instead of the usual 9 or 8. And now we're about to find out on who's got the strongest starting point, but also who's going to be getting themselves ever closer towards this trophy. Is it going to be the winner of the Shanghai Masters in 2024, or is it going to be the winner of the Shanghai Masters in 2025? One of them will either win it 2 times out of the last 3, or win it twice in a row out there, and join the likes of Ronnie O'Sullivan that have done that on numerous occasions. For now, it is now going to be all down to the introduction of the referee and the players. And I tell you what, we still haven't seen plenty of players from China to make it all the way towards the final. Now, we're not going to see it this season, but we've got a brilliant final on our hands, which we have been missing throughout the last season and the entirety of it. Trump has managed to make 5 finals at the end of the last season. Wilson made 2. He's managed to win both of them, but both of them, of course, came into the invitational event. But he's got another one here, as now it's Wilson that he's going to be the first player to make it all the way to the arena. Brilliant performances against Ronnie O'Sullivan, Mark Williams, and especially Zhao Xingtong, playing probably, some, if not the best of his snooker in the last 12 months. When it comes down to Judd Trump, had a nervy battle against Hawkins, had to be taken that match all the way, despite him playing pretty well. Then he had the exact opposite of that in relation to his match against John Higgins, managed to win that one 6 frames to 0, making a couple of really good total clearances and century breaks in progress. And Higgins after the match, of course, saying that, don't think there was any chance that I could have done anything to stop that machine. And then, of course, up against another player from China, Wu Yize, was not crashed, but certainly overplayed and outplayed throughout the course of the 16 frames. Up against Judd Trump now makes it all the way towards the final appearance, and let's see which one of the players will get themselves a positive start now ahead of the main part of this match. For now, there's going to be a handshake, a coin toss, and then, of course, a picture with the trophy, but only one of them will be able to be standing with that trophy in their hands. As now the picture is about to come in. Fans in the background trying to get involved as well, but ultimately it is, of course, the former world number 1 and the current world number 1 and the former world number 2. It will now be all down to Karen Wilson and Judd Trump to try and show the world what both of them can do. Is it going to be 210,000 worth of prize money for Karen, or is he going to have to try and settle for 105,000k for Judd Trump's point of view? Whatever it's going to be, you feel like Trump is going to be a slight favourite based on the rankings, but at the same time, you also feel like we've seen that happen beforehand, where the rankings don't really come into place too much when it comes down to the performance on the day. And that's exactly why those two players are going to be the exact versions of themselves, and hopefully to try and, of course, to get through this opening stage of the match. And, Trump straight away with a break-off played that shot really well, leaving Karen Wilson with a chance of sending the cue ball towards the right side cushion. And I think he's got a great chance now of trying to play the shot 2 cushions and right into the bottom of the pack there, which is exactly what he's done. It's one of those risk-free shots for him, as long as he was trying to get that cue ball away from the 2 loose reds. And Yeah, so Trump now is going to get a touching ball, which, doesn't feel like it's going to get him anywhere near the target area that he was playing, although it seemed like he was going to try and take the pace away from the white. Instead, he tried to inject a little bit of extra on it. And now, Wilson potentially still got a chance here, despite Trump playing a decent shot to go for the red into the left corner now. Play this one with plenty of backspin and just try and get the cue ball on the left-hand side of the black and the reds. Now then, the shot is taken, the red is in, and the cue ball is going to stop just about in time there. So once again, Wilson starting off exactly where he left off in his match against Xiaozington. And of course, another thing about it is that Trump is going to have pretty much 24 hours, well, more than actually 36 hours of not playing competitive snooker because he missed out on the entire day of action. And yeah, of course, he still have to make it from the evening towards the afternoon session on Friday towards Sunday, and having a Saturday in between. As now Wilson goes for a very fine shot there in relation to how close he had to get to the red. Therefore, how great that positional shot had to be for him. But at the same time, just going to be looking at the red, trying to cut this one in, dropping that cue ball to be on the black there. But I say he's going to have to try and drop this one for the black. He may have to go all the way for the blue because of how tight the angle is, but also of how risky it could prove to be there for him to be leaving that red over the left corner. For now, nothing that he should be worried about as he's taking that red in nicely, but as I say, nothing to be worried about in relation to, he's just about top side of the blue there, but I think he might have to use the green here if he wants to try and get on the red. He feels like he can get the angle from the blue that he wants, although it doesn't seem like, something that has worked out for him, because just dragging that cue ball alongside the blue ball spot. So then it's now going to be a very fine cut to the left corner. So let's see if Wilson's going to be the one to try and take that red away. And, well, he got close, but didn't get close enough there. So just 9 points there from Kyle Wilson. And it will be all down to a chance for Trump here to try and send those reds away towards the right corner. And you feel like it could still be down to a decent opportunity there for those reds to be taken into one another, into the right corner. He needs to be careful, though, as much as he's trying to get them to be working as a plant. And he got the cue ball way too close towards the left corner for his liking, but at the end stage, got a really nice line there for the cue ball to finish in behind the green. So then, all in all, is a good shot there for him. Wilson is probably going to have to be the one, playing that cue ball away and into the side of the reds. Probably doing that from the right side cushion is going to be the easiest and the most logical view, but it seems like he's got other plans, trying to bring the left-hand side into the play. And the interesting thing about Wilson here is he's going to have to try and avoid a couple of reds in the making, and he's gone for actually trying to get into one of those reds. I don't think he got the contact that he wanted, and now it could be the first chance here for Trump, in relation to he's got a red certainly available to be taken into the left middle. Whether he fancies his chance or not, it's going to be another factor. But, because he's playing for this red, it's probably very likely to go and try and make it into the pocket. Didn't really get too close to that one, though. And I think the cue ball is now going to be just about covered up there by the blue in relation to the red. That has bounced away from the back end jaw after Trump didn't really get anywhere near, dropping that red into the pocket. So the 63% still think of you that he will be Trump's match to lose, which I probably would agree on. But I think, the interesting thing about Wilson is that he can easily make it down to a 50-50 if he gets himself into that, good rhythm of playing some nice snooker. And I think when he comes down to scoring, I think Wilson has been on top of anyone here so far in the Shanghai Masters. And ultimately, I think, it's going to be down to Trump to be the player to try and disrupt that rhythm. As for now, we get the cue ball to be running all the way towards the, top rail of the ball cushion. So in the end, just thinking about, a safety for now and not trying to risk it too much in relation to going for the long shot straight away. Now then, is Wilson going to try and go for the red into the corner? He will. This time around, he's going to miss out on that red just about by a fraction or so. But still, nice little control of the white. Brings it just below the bulk line. And ultimately, only one of those reds, quite close towards the right side cushion, is now going to be available for Trump to try and make it in towards the right corner. So, Let's see if he's going to try and make that one stick, or is he going to go for a cross double on the red, taking it into the right side rail, and just carefully getting that cue ball towards the ball cushion here. And, well, potential chance here for Wilson to try and respond with exactly the same shot there. Just using that red on the right-hand side as, you know, a shot for him to try and play a cross double from. Didn't really want to contact on the green, but at the end stage, you know, probably actually done him a favour there. Getting that cue ball to be drifting out wide and only leaving those handful of reds on the right-hand side of the main pack, probably to be available here for Trump. Although he felt like he could still get through to the red, second closest to the right side cushion, and the third lowest of them all, next to the black ball cushion. But he felt like, you know, he was able to put that red safe, which he was, to be fair. And now still gets the cue ball nicely lined up to the top edge of the D. So they're looking to try and make it down to the red, taken into the left corner. Of course, the Players' Championship in 25 was a very close match. And now the cue ball is going to be very close towards the pocket. We're just about going to run out of power there. And doesn't seem like he's just managed to jaw jump on this occasion there. But Wilson, of course, managed to win that match by 10 frames to 9. It was a brilliant decider. It was a very close encounter in the same scene that they met against each other at the Masters. So now we're going to be looking at the potential revenge there for Trump, as he's looking to get himself, you know, clear of another final that he loses. Of course, lost 4 of those in the last season. 2 to Selby, 1 to Lisowski, and of course 1 more that he lost out on to Zhao Xington, a player that Karen Wilson has managed to knock out at the previous stage of this tournament. Now they're looking once again to try and get the cue ball away and into the left side cushion. Playing that one with plenty of power in behind of it. And just trying to get himself lined up in behind the green, or at least in between the yellow and the green, so that either one of those 2 colours will be, you know, serving as a bit of a prevention there for Trump. Now then, I think Judd's going to be able to get through to the target area of the red that he's been looking for anyway, and just try and get that cue ball to slow down. And he could be positioned very awkwardly, you know, and he just about drifts a little bit to the side there of the brown. So it won't be quite as difficult as it could have been in relation to the cue ball and its situation with the brown. But still, there should be a chance here for Wilson to try and get the cue ball past the blue on the left-hand side of those reds, and certainly get himself through to a chance of taking those reds away. Or just a very, very thin cut there on the red, and in the end manages to basically leave the red exactly where it was, but get that cue ball, which is a lot more importantly, getting the ball line cushion again. So very few efforts there of taking a long red. Of course, Trump had that cut into the right middle. Wilson gone for 2 reds, made 1 of them, missed out on 1 as well, and scored 9 points out of that successful attempt. But this time around, it will be Trump's turn to go for a brilliant long red. And now it is going to be the world number 1 very much back to the action with a really good long pot. Now, what can he try and achieve here? He's got the green to be available. He's got the yellow and brown to go right next to each other and not be available for a while. But is he going to try and go for a safety shot? Sure, he's going to have to try and play this one into the side of the reds. But, I mean, it's easier said than done. It depends on how many of those reds he actually has got to play for as an opportunity. But also, which type of a position has he got on the cue ball to try and get, so that he's going to be able to get past those reds and get himself lined up for either one of them to be lined up. And in the end, he's gone for a decision to try and get that cue ball lined up perfectly in behind the yellow and brown. And I tell you what, he's done a really good effort there. The referee is going to be very busy trying to analyse the position of the white, whilst Wilson is going to be looking for the phantom line there of trying to get the cue ball probably towards the ball cushion and just trying to get the contact on that red onto the right side cushion. It could well be the shot which gives Trump a couple of points here, but of course he's going to be looking for the chance here to try and get back to the table. Now then, straight away, it's a very good effort that from Wilson, and he's going to be very close. And look at that for a shot. First time of asking, and he could not have played this shot any better if he tried to play that 100 times. That was absolutely spot on there from Karen Wilson. And now all of a sudden, I can't really say that Trump is going to be regretting this one because clearly there was no gap for him to try and put that cue ball onto those reds. Otherwise, he would have gone for that green, which certainly was available to him. So for now, just trying to get the cue ball into the zone where it came from previously. Not quite able to succeed with that on this occasion, but I mean, Wilson is going to be looking at this red to try and take into the right corner, whether it's going to be by playing a safety shot of the same red, which does seem to be the reality that Wilson is going to settle for. And once again, look at that brilliant shot there. You can see the line of the cue ball getting around the yellow and brown and getting in behind of it perfectly well. So then Wilson, just a single shot ago, he was the one having to play away from a very difficult snooker. Now it is Trump that he's going to have to find himself in exactly the same scenario. And of course, this time around, he doesn't really have the luxury that Wilson had of trying to play for the red on towards the right side cushion here as well. So he's trying to go for a good old school shot off the cue ball and into the side of the reds, but in the end, he's gone full ball into them, and now it is going to be another great chance here for Wilson, trying to play the patient game. Certainly seems to work out for him now, and all he has to do is to try and get the cue ball away from those reds for the time being. He's going to have the pink available to a decent extent. He may also have the black available as well. Just needs to try and cut this red, which is not the easiest of all time, into the right corner, play the cue ball away from the other red, and hopefully make sure he's going to be lined up for the blue, which he will be, not necessarily into the pocket that he was playing for, but, you know, still going to have a chance of going for the pink or the blue. In the end, he seems like he's made his mind off going for the pink, which, you know, I feel like he's got the angle to try and explore and make the position of the pink a little bit better than he was beforehand. And also having the red available into the left middle sort of puts it all down to just developing the position and not really worrying about getting on the red too much, since I think it would have been physically impossible for him not to be seeing that red, apart from a massive mishit or a miscue of any sort. But 16 points now is the lead for Wilson, that had an 8 points lead before the start of the frame, before the start of the break, I should say. Now then, looking at the pink to be taken into the left corner, probably is going to be the colour to go for the time being, especially, you know, if you think about the black being covered up certainly into the right corner, but when it comes down to the left part of the table, it will also be down to a decent chance here on the red, taken into the left corner, playing carefully well onto the pink to be taken into the left side of the table here as well. And now then, a shot on the pink, getting that cue ball to be bouncing away from the left side. I mean, slightly out of control there from Wilson, whether it was a massive bounce that he got or just, you know, misjudged the power a little bit, but he might have to go for that red over the left middle because it doesn't really need a lot of use for it. You know, he's managed to get the pink to be available into pretty much 4 of the standard pockets out there, apart from that red on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side, I should say, of the pink being available. At this rate, first session could end at dinner time. Well, I still think there's going to be plenty of frames where we won't see that long of safety battles, but, you know, we could also find ourselves lined up with a really good battle here with, you know, previous couple of matches in between Trump and Wilson. It never really seems to be, you know, a clear winner up until the end of the match, and even at that stage, you can still find yourself with a position of Wilson and Trump just trailing frames, and for now, just carefully taking that red away there from Wilson, but I'm not sure he played this shot well enough at all. He needs to be lined up for the black here, which he might be able to, but I tell you what, I think he was playing for the pink, and you know, getting lined up for the black into that left corner is going to be a bonus. Wilson's going to win this match. Well, we'll see whether that will be the case. Oh, he's not going to win it with shots like that, though. That is a horrible shot there from Wilson. Good news for him, though. He's managed to cover up the pocket that he was playing for on a red whilst missing out on the black. So, a break of 26 points only. And back down to Judd Trump here to come back to the table. And also for him to come back into the action here a little bit. Probably unlikely to pot anything right now as it stands, but still having to go for, you know, some sort of variety on those shots. And looking at the reds to be taken into the right side of the table. I mean, it could well be one of those shots there where you still got a brilliant chance of trying to make it all the way, but at the same time, you're probably going to have to settle for playing a safety shot as it stands. So then just having a look at the reds from the left-hand side of it. And in the end, it's a good line that from Chomp. And it's a really good shot as well. Could have done with the cue ball, going a little bit further there to try and get even firmer behind the yellow and brown. But still, only showing one of those reds away to Wilson. And Karen ultimately is going to have to be very careful of getting past the black there, which he has done. And he's actually going to respond with putting Trump into an awkward position now. Even though he can see those reds, he's going to have the yellow and brown to be perfectly in the way of the cue there, trying to reach towards the white, which probably makes it down to just a firm cut onto the right-hand side of the, probably second closest of those reds towards the right side cushion. And just trying to drop that cue ball to be lined up for the black ball cushion there. But of course, it depends on the situation with the other reds. Oh, that was close, but Trump has missed out on taking any one of those reds at the same time. And now it will be 4 points given away over to Karen Wilson. I think he's going to ask for the cue ball to be respotted out there. So then it's a foul, but doesn't really change massively, well, anything here for the 4 points to be bringing into play. 38 now is the lead for Wilson. Still 83 at the table, so I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities for Trump to try and get back in the frame. If he gets himself a chance, for now he needs to try and hit the red. From the second time of asking, doesn't want to be putting himself in a position where he could lose out on a frame. And look at that, just about catches a fraction of one of those reds. And in the end, he's going to find himself in a position of some sort of comfort there, as it's now going to be down to Wilson to play one of those reds towards the left corner, you would have thought at this stage. So then it will be interesting to see the play of the crowd in this one as well, as Wilson goes very, very close towards, the side and the jaw of the middle pocket. But in the end, it does seem like he's just about going to get away with this one. And he's going to have a look there, the referee. She's going to have a look at the referee. I mean, Trump is going to be looking at the red on the left corner. Does he go past the black there? Doesn't seem like that's the case. So therefore, he's just going to have to go for another one of those reds to be sent towards the left corner. So then the position with the colours is not necessarily the easiest one, with the blue, yellow and brown all to be out of position. The black to be quite close towards the left corner, but also being out of position as well. Now, let's see how good of a shot Trump has played. He needs to get cover on the green, and I don't think he got it. Just having a very brief look at the green and the red. Well, he might have got it at the end, If he forces Wilson to serve around it, he'll make it a lot more difficult of an effort than, it could have been. So then he's going to have to try and do something with this red. And I think it's difficult to say from this angle, but he might just about be able to see the red. He doesn't seem like he's confident about it though. So then, going to have to wait and see whether he can get through to the red. Of course, if he can, he got a great chance of trying to pot it. Now is he going to be on the black? He will be. So then it was a minor misjudgment there from Trump in relation to both the reds and the cue ball. And now Wilson has got the third chance of asking to try and get himself a frame on the board and ultimately get himself an early frame of a lead there as well. Potting the reds and the black with the close sequence of one another. And now they're just looking at a 46 points of a cushion between himself and his opponent. So they're just carefully taking a red away in towards the right part of the table now. Getting himself lined up for the black once again. Just trying to probably play through the shot on the cue ball. Get himself through to a couple of the reds on the left hand side there. Whether he wants to go for the one slightly higher than the black or slightly lower than it. He decided to just disrupt the two reds being quite close to each other. And now they're just carefully trying to get that cue ball lined up for the black taken into the right corner. And now just getting himself through to a straight line of a shot there. Millimeters luck. Well, he was down to it, but it's fine margins in snooker. And you feel like even if he wasn't down to it, he could have potentially, I'm not saying that would have been the case. I think he could have potentially tried to make it a swerve around the green. Although, of course, with such a close distance, it would have been quite difficult for him to try and achieve that. Anyway, it won't be difficult at all for him to try and achieve the frame win based on the points that he scored. Just a single red that Trump has managed to pot, and had his chance of going for the green, decided not to be doing that at all. And now 71 points later for Wilson, it's now going to be him to be taking this frame away from Judd. And now let's see just how many points he's going to be able to score here, of the total clearance of 83 still being very much on the table there for him. Now they're looking for the black to try and go for into the right corner and dropping that cue in behind those reds to try and pot into the right part of the table. So then ultimately he's got a great chance of trying to accelerate the cue away past those reds and into the shot on the black to be taken into the left corner. And I think it is going to be all down to here as well. So then the black to be taken into the left corner. Maybe a little bit of backspin to be taken onto the pink as well, if he wants to try and go for that shot on the pink. And, well, seemingly that was all down to the position on the red, that he tried to sacrifice a little bit of a chance there by getting a little bit further away from his comfort zone on the collar. But in the end, he's going to have a nice little line to try and take that red away. I feel like he's trying to play this one with topspin, which didn't really work out. But in the end, despite him catching the jaws, still managed to get across towards the black here. So then it'll be some sort of effort for him to try and get on the yellow here as well. Only one frame, need 10 more. Yeah, exactly. So you'll be all down to Wilson trying to be, well, putting himself in the window of a favourite as he now tried to take that cue ball on a journey, and he doesn't see, well, he'll find the cue ball to be heading in towards the green pocket with a foul shot there from Wilson, but of course it's not going to be the one that he cares about too much, and he will be all down to Karen Wilson to be taking the first frame in a very comfortable fashion out there, as he now does find himself in a position to try and, well, maybe get himself an early lead there off Judd Trump. Still then, finds himself to be in a very interesting encounter here with Judd, and, Wilson probably being on top of the majority of that first frame. Trump just playing a bit of a second best player at that time, but he's still going to have plenty of opportunities to try and come back stronger. So we've seen those 9 points to be scored quite early there from Wilson. Trump was able to respond with just a single red that he's played, and at the end stage, it didn't really work out too well for him, despite potting that brilliant red in towards the right corner, which seems to have proved to be the only shot that he has played so far. And Wilson was able to respond with a really good break of 48-26, which in the end have proved to be the decisive point of that frame. As now Wilson is going to be the player to be leading by 1-0, and ultimately still putting himself in that window of trying to get away here from Trump, and ultimately just trying to be the one putting all that pressure on his opponent, and just looking to try and be very much the player, that will be able to run away with it at the end stage. You've got 10 frames. If you're going to be able to win 6 of them, you put yourself in a very nice window ahead of that second session. Whether that's going to be the case or, it will be the draw, as I thought it would be, because I still think there's going to be 2 players probably just about as good, one as another, trying to be a match for themselves. And, we're going to have to wait and see on what's going to happen at this stage. For now, one thing is for certain, it'll be a break-off shot there for Karen Wilson. And once again, I wouldn't really put pressure on Trump, saying that he needs to try and win the frame, but it will be helpful if he does, because once again, I feel like Trump just needs to make sure every single time Wilson has got a frame like this, he needs to make sure he's going to be able to get in there with the chances in the next frame, because we've seen in every single one of the matches there, especially with Xington, it was visible, but realistically, in all the matches that he's played so far this week, Kyron, against Ronnie, against Williams, against Xington, he always seems like he's got that brilliant ability to be struggling badly. He seemed like, it's all over, he's out, and then in the end, he comes away with a brilliant performance, and he just looks like he's unstoppable. So whether that's going to be the case here today, we're going to have to wait and see. But for now, it is all down to Wilson just waiting for the break-off shot. And now he's ready. Got the confirmation from the referee. And for Trump, it's always going to be a bonus if he gets himself a frame on the board quite early. But I also think it's just all down to trying to make sure Trump is not going to be, Wilson I should say, not going to be feeling too confident out there for now. He might be feeling that later in the match, but just needs to make sure at least that he makes an even game out of it, which Wilson is going to desperately try and avoid and be very much the man dominating the game, being on the front foot consistently, and just trying to be the man to put all that pressure on Trump and put him away based on the scoreline, but also based on the performance as well. But just because Trump lost that first frame, and he did give that chance away of the red into the left corner there for Wilson, I just don't really think that he's going to have to worry about that one too much, because, Wilson had 3 chances, yes. The first one was very much his own work for the long red. Scored 9 points out of that chance. Then he had 26 points after Trump wasn't quite able to play the shot out of a snooker well enough. And, the third one, of course, was that marginal shot in behind the green, where he wasn't quite able to put the cue ball in behind of it. Wilson was able to see the red into the corner, able to go for that one and make a break of 48 points a couple of minutes later as well. So then in the meantime, Trump is just going to be looking for the red to be taking it towards the black there, trying to get that cue ball in behind the green. And look at that for a shot. I mean, that is brilliant. The safety in the first frame and a half has been absolutely outstanding there for both of the players. And whether he'll get Trump anything here or not, I still think he's got a great chance here, Wilson, of trying to make it into the bunch of reds first time, which he will. So then as long as the red just below the paint doesn't go towards the right middle, which it probably won't, otherwise Wilson would not have been playing for that type of a shot there. He's just going to be a safety, and Trump just needs to make sure he avoids the contact on the pink, which he didn't do, and got a little bit fortunate to get in behind of the brown there with the cue ball. So that Wilson, once again, a little bit easier of a position there in relation to what he had in the previous frame, and still seemed like he's going to be able to see the red on the left-hand side of the bunch, trying to go for that one, and just to make sure the red is not going to be cannoned into the other one, and place the second best of them over the right corner. Which could be the case anyway, depending on how well he's played that shot. But, well, I mean, that's an absolute horror shot there from Wilson. I mean, not really put the reds over the pocket entirely, but, I mean, got nowhere on the cue ball in relation to it's a lot closer to the blue than it is to the brown or the bowl colours. Now that the red is available, Trump should make this one into the corner, and it's going to be all down to if he gets a decent enough X in there to try and be lined up on the pink, which of course he will do. Really nice shot there from Trump. Obviously switched on there, the black is not going to be available, and having to play a very good shot on the pink. Now then, the pink should be coming back there to its own spot, which is going to make this one a very interesting frame there in the making for Trump, as he now gets himself 7 points clear of Wilson, looking at the potential chance of going for the red now in towards the right corner. A little bit of backspin, trying to drop the cue ball for the pink to be taken here into the left corner, and ultimately just get himself into a chance of going for those reds into the right hand side of the table. Especially, I think he's going to be looking to try and bring a couple more reds into the open play, although he decided not to be doing that with this particular shot. Probably just trying to be very much on the, whether it is going to be called a passive or, well, I mean, he has put himself on the back foot here, or at least he was really close to be doing that. Let's see if the pink is going to be impacting the position of the cue ball. Well, he won't be, but he's going to have to play this one with topspin, and he's going to have to play this one with a very marginal gap there for him to place the cue ball, and look at how well he's done. I mean, just because it's a simple shot there for the pink, shouldn't take the eye off the fact of how well he's played for the pink to be taken into the corner, so that he gives himself a position to be setting that cue ball all the way to the left side cushion, and now he's going to have a couple more of those reds available to be taken into the right corner. Now they're just having a very brief look to see if he's going to have the chance to try and send the cue ball into the bunch of reds here. Whether he wants to be doing that or not, don't think he does. But alternatively, of course, he doesn't really have the pink to be available into the right corner. So, just going to have to be playing for this red. Plenty of power. Not a lot of success, though, in terms of the colours. And what is he going to have to do here? Because he's now got 22 points of the advantage. But he's not going to be on the pink. He's not going to be anywhere near the black. I can't see him potting any one of the bowl colours. So it's now blue or nothing. And look at how well he's managed to spread out those reds. Of course, it's going to be a great disadvantage for him now, because he needs to find a really good safety. And I tell you what, I think he might be one of those do-or-die attempts here. Very much coming up shortly there from Trump. Because where on earth is he going to be able to find a place at the table where, nothing is going to be available for Wilson if he plays the safety shot there? I don't think he can cut the blue into the left middle, whether it's, potentially or realistically. Because I still think the red next to the cue ball is going to be getting in the way of that. He can try and pop the blue into the yellow pocket, but with how much distance there is, I feel like it's going to be a very difficult shot for him to be taking on. He was studying the position of the cue ball and where exactly he needs to try and put that one, but look at that for a shot. Just needs to try and see the cue ball slow down, which he hasn't really done. So it's a brilliant shot on the blue, but he's still got a lot of work to do to try and keep this break going. And, well, gonna have to find out on, if he's gonna be heading for the red closest to the green or just looking for that position to try and make it all the way for that red closest to the ball cushion, or even if he's going to be thinking about a safety there to be played. I mean, he can do that, Trump, but of course he is going to be looking at very much a potential chance of, leaving out an easy chance here for Wilson because of how well he's managed to play the previous positional shot there. So, I mean, of course, bonus playing for the red, playing a red out there is that you're playing for a positional shot on the colour. So you don't really have to worry about, you and your opponent playing for the same shot there in case you miss it. But at this occasion, with how many reds being available, it's just going to be all down to a specific section of the table where you try and place that cue ball. And that's exactly what he's went for. Now he's going to be having a very nervous look to see if Wilson does indeed, have the gap to get, has the gap to get through for the red to be taken into the right corner. For now, it's going to be a break of 27 points there from Wilson to try and get himself back level on points here with Trump. The first break of Wilson in the first frame was 26 points. Now Trump has responded with 27 points of his own. And I'll tell you what, once again, as it was with Trump, Wilson got a little bit too close there on leaving out a potential red away into the right corner. But I feel like Trump is probably going to have to say no to that one. And just thinking about the way that he wants to try and go on about the business here with the red closest to the green. But he still needs to be careful with this one because, he's taking the penultimate red away. But Wilson is going to be the player which has the last of those reds available to him. So Trump did his best to try and cover that red with the brown. And now we're going to have to find out if the red, second closest to the pocket goes to the pocket. Because if it does, Trump may have been able to cover up the reds next to the yellow there. But I think he's actually managed to leave himself exposed here to the chance from Karen Wilson's point of view. Let's see if that's going to be the case here. If he's going for that red, he is. And now a huge bounce on the cue ball from that side cushion. And where is he going to finish? Well, he's going to finish on the green, that's for sure. And now there's going to be a chance here for Wilson. And just like it was in the previous frame for Trump, he's going to have his own opportunity there, Kyron, to try and come back from being 25 or so points down. And of course, looking at the position of the reds, it would have been easy for Trump in relation to the reds that he would have needed to try and get himself the points that he needs. But in the end, it's not quite going to be the case with Karen Wilson here. Although, I mean, he has made a bit of a mess of that one. Touching the blue, I don't really think was the intention. And, well, I think he's messed it up there. And he's messed it up big time. He's got 3 reds, 4 reds arguably, all to be available to him. But at the same time, he's got all 4 of them to be getting in the way of each other for one of the other reasons. So he's going to have to try. And, it's the exact replica of what happened with Trump in the previous frame. Because apart from him, of course, refusing to pot the green, which Wilson has gone for already. So the 23 points of a difference in between the players, having to go for this red next to the yellow there from Wilson. And just looking at a potential chance of covering up the red closer to the right corner. Had a bit of a dejected look there, Wilson, as he was walking away. So let's see if Trump is actually able to get through to that red. I think it's going to be tight. Wilson doesn't really want it to be too tight there because that's how, the chances are born for Trump. But not on this occasion. He's going to have to go for another red to be sent towards the right corner. And just a careful brush of one of them. Once again, doesn't really want to have contact with the yellow, but it might actually not have worked out too badly for him, because I still think the most dangerous red is going to be covered up. The one a little bit further away from the pocket, but still available to be taken. I feel like that one, is going to be a prime chance for Wilson, but in relation to that red, is he going to be able to try and scoot that one into the blue there? So then for now, it seems like he's going to go for another red. Ooh, that was fortunate. And I mean, he got one of those reds on the way in, and he's managed to pot that red into the corner somehow. Let's see if he's going to be on the collar, and it does seem like he will be. Well, that was a massive slice of fortune there from Wilson, and that blue by Trump was brilliant with no reward. Yeah, he was. And let's see with how fortunate Wilson has been with the previous shot that he's played with that long red. Let's see how many points he's going to be able to score out of this particular break. If it's going to be down to the yellow to be taken into its own pocket here, just trying to get that cue ball down the table for those reds available to Wilson. You felt like there's going to be plenty of opportunities there for Kyron to try and make it all the way. But at the same time, is he going to have that position on the red to be taken into the right corner? And ultimately, he needs to try and get on with it by scoring some good points out there. Otherwise, he might have to find himself in a position where, he needs pretty much every single one of those reds, apart from maybe the one, which of course is, doesn't look like it's the likely thing to happen. If you look at the position of 4 of those reds, closer to the right side cushion, there's one more red covering over the black there. So, but at the same time, of course, probably the same thing has to go for Chum there, because he now only finds himself 14 points clear of Kyron Wilson. And now there's going to be an opportunity here for Kyron to try and go for the red into the right corner, but ultimately just trying to play around the pink for now. I think he's going to try and do that on 2 or 3 more occasions here, as he's got the pink to be taken into the corner that he's just managed to pop. Also 2 more reds to be taken, but now I feel like he has played this one with a clear intention to try and get the black into the open play. Doesn't really want to just brush off at the top edge of it though. He needs to be careful. He's just trying to displace the red, which he has done quite well. And he's played that with a very fine margin of a shot in relation to not being too close to the actual red, so that he's going to risk of leaving the black to being behind the red there, and the cube will not seeing the target ball. But in the end, Wilson, he's going to find himself ahead by a single point there. So the one frame is now going to be very much decided by a little bit of dominance there by Kyron. And now the second frame could well be decided by, this particular break there from Wilson. It depends on what is he going to be able to do with those 3 reds in particular. I feel like the 4th closest one to the right side cushion, you can easily get in behind of it because of how much room there is to try and achieve that. But I feel like Wilson might actually have to try and use that one as a bit of a backup and basically be playing for 2 of those reds a little bit closer to the side cushion, but not the closest ones. So, and then if he doesn't land on any one of those 2, then he's going to have to go for the one closest to the left middle and to take that one away into the left corner or the left middle for good measure. But now I think he's got an alternative in his mind, and that's going to be trying to separate the reds away from the black. But well, he could say he was a little bit of karma there for that fluke that he had in the previous frame, and not for the first time. We're going to see a mistake there from Kyron Wilson on the black from the spot out there, trying to separate the reds away from each other. He's done that on 2 of those occasions, and now, in relation to 2 of those reds, but of course, not being able to put the black there seems to have cost him quite dearly. And now, what is Chomp going to be able to achieve here? He's still going to find himself behind there, so he's certainly going to be the player that will need all 4 of those reds. 2 of them are going to be in the easy condition there, if you like, and the other 2 are going to have to be either with a brilliant positional shot there in relation to getting right in behind of them, or just trying to, cannon into those reds and split them away from each other, but also put a little bit of distance in between themselves and the side cushion as the cue ball just slides around there. But I feel like even though he's going to have a very minor angle on the blue, that might be able to be enough there, for him. because if he just carefully takes that blue away, puts himself in behind of one of those reds, and ultimately he's going to have a chance. He's tried to separate the reds away from each other. It didn't work out too well. And when I say it didn't work out too well, it probably didn't work out at all, because he's got the black to be out of position, and he's got one of those reds that has gone perfectly onto the side cushion. So, I mean, he can try and take this one on there, but with how generous the pockets have been, but I'm not really sure there's going to be a lot of value in it, because he's got to play 3 perfect shots there, basically. He's got to get the red in the pocket first and foremost. Then he's going to be right side of the pink, so that he can drop that cue ball probably onto the red. There's no point trying to play a positional shot, because it's just not going to be easy enough for you, to take that one in. So he's got 3 massive shots there and 1 mistake, and it could all be over. He's played a brilliant first one, though. That red has disappeared with a little bit of a crisp sound there, with no chance of hitting the jaws. So then that certainly worked out nicely for Trump. I think Trump too aggressive in wanting to mive the red on the cushion. Well, not really, because I think it seems to have worked out on a previous occasion for him, and he just seems to be all down to his style. But now he's played the pink nicely, very nicely indeed. Now he's dropped that cue ball to be perfectly behind that red, and it's all down to the shot on the red. Well, placing that hand on the table seems to be a bit of a hard time for him, but it's all about the red, and it's all about the colour. Oh, it's a miscue. It's a miscue there from Trump. Is he going to get away with this one? And there was a hand of apology, so it seemed like there is, but, well, that was a potential massive moment there in the frame. Don't really understand why he was trying to force that one with topspin, but at the end stage, it's going to be the end of a break of 20 points there. And look at how lucky Trump was on that occasion. I mean, anywhere but there, and the red is over the pocket. But now Wilson's going to have to play a safety here, being 10 points behind. Well, I mean, Wilson was lucky in the beginning of that frame with the red skinning off the second one and dropping into the corner pocket, but at the end stage, it will now be all down to the red to be sent towards the left side cushion here, and will potentially be lined up now for the shot into the yellow pocket here to be taken. Well, that's going to be the case here or not remains to be seen, but ultimately you just feel like there is going to be a chance of Trump going for that long red. It does remind you of one of those frames in between Zhao and Karen Wilson yesterday. I think it was frame number 13, where Wilson had a chance which was similar to this one. Doesn't want the cue ball to go into the pocket. Oh, just about. He's going to stay away there. I feel like the red probably was close enough to the left side cushion so that it would have not made a massive difference in relation to Wilson having a great chance of potting the red, but at least he would have seen it. I think the yellow is going to have something to say about this one. And, well, I mean, Wilson, you're there, just asking for Chom there to have a look at it, potentially, or maybe just saying that, are you happy with me saying that I can't see it, or whatever? And, well, he's managed to put that one away, I should say. And, yeah, he certainly could see the edge of it then, so I'm not really sure what the interaction with Trump was all about, but anyway, it doesn't really matter at this stage, and he will be all down to Chom now to try and get himself back to the table, but ultimately just looking at the red to try and pot it in towards the yellow pocket potentially. He's gone for a cross double, and he's made that red to go all the way. Now, it wasn't the shot that I said he could have gone for into the yellow pocket, but in the end, it does seem like that was the exact shot that he was attempting to try and achieve. And, well, that certainly was a shot and a half there from Chomp, and now he's going to have a decent opportunity to try and go for the pink into the left middle. Potentially, well, I mean, I tell you what, he needs a Zhao special, I'll tell you that for free, to try and get onto the yellow from here. So it won't be an easy thing to achieve here for Chum, but I mean, what's the alternative? You can't really put the pink safe because he's going to be the player that needs it as well. So, yeah, I mean, you can try and put the black safe, but I don't really think that's going to be getting that cue ball into a place where Trump is going to be happy with. So he's going to have to try and pot the pink, but I mean, at the same time, it's going to be the real value of doing that because the pink is going to come back on his spot. The gap is going to be, 17 points instead of 11 with 27 at the table. So then, it's a massive shot that for Trump. And we're going to have to find out if there will be a chance here for him to try and get on the yellow. So in the end, just going for that pink carefully towards the left middle. So then still thinking that 17 points of a gap is better than 11. Probably not in relation to Wilson playing catcher, but potentially for Trump to be getting over the finish line, because now he's 17 points clear. I mean, to be fair, he'll still need the exact 3 colours as he would have if it wasn't for that pink that he potted. You'll still need all 3 of the bold colours for Wilson to be needing snookers. Well, I mean, 17, if he pots the green and yellow, he can guarantee himself a respot, but I don't think, Trump is going to care about that one too much at this stage, especially with, green and brown being so close to each other. Yes, the yellow is now going to be sent all around the table, but, when it comes down to the remaining colours, apart from maybe the black there, which only Wilson will need, they all seem to be very close or exactly on their spots there. So then, it's a battle for the yellow, and so far, with how many great safety battles we've seen already, this one is going to be no worse than the previous ones. And once again, look at that shot from Wilson, but look at the response from Trump there, just brilliantly taking that yellow along the side cushion, and now forcing Kyron to be the player, having to play this shot from the bulk and then the side cushion. Doesn't really want get right in behind of that yellow though, because it's exactly what can happen. And I think, well, Trump is not really going to be putting a smiley face on there, because it seemed like the angle on the cue ball is not really going to allow him to be lined up for the green. But you still feel like he's going to be looking at a potential chance of going for the yellow in towards the left middle. But at the end of it all, it seems like the answer is no. And the decision has been made there by Judd. Well, he's gone for another pocket there. And look at that shot for the yellow. Is he going to be on the green? Needs the cue ball to keep on running. Well, he is on the green, but he's marginally off the pace there a little bit with the cue ball. So then, it's a fantastic shot that he's played. And really well played there by Trump. Always coming towards that front jaw from the yellow pocket, but at the same time just dropping that one in. The green is now in, so the respot is going to be in place. But a lot more importantly now, Trump gets himself a frame ahead of him. And, that was a very nervous frame for him. Plenty of ups and downs. In the end, Wilson is going to have to blame it entirely on the black that he missed off the spot. Could have easily been a very different outcome. He hasn't really scored a point ever since. And now will be down to Judd Trump to make it all the way, and now be very much the player to put it all back towards a first to 10 here. It is now going to be 1 frame each and a break of 20 points. He's going to make it a wrap there for Judd Trump, as he now makes it all the way towards the finish line in no time. As it's now going to be still trailing by total points scored, but purely because of how confident and how comfortable it was for Wilson to try and get that first frame on the board. But sometimes the frames that you have to take out with the skin of teeth actually going to be a lot more emotional mentally for you, and could it also give you a nice little boost for you to be having ahead of the third frame. For now, of course, you have to put it down to some brilliant shots there to be played, as he was down for the blue from Judd Trump. Didn't really work out to be getting anything out of it though. Wilson had his own chance, was only able to score 37 points out of it before missing out on that black into the corner and, trying to send the cue ball straight into those reds. Didn't really work out too well, and then Trump was able to, despite of course a miscue and a massive jump on the white in relation to that red into the corner, still able to get himself through to a very nervy deciding point of that second frame. But ultimately, he's going to be the winner, and he's going to be the player to be breaking off in the third frame as well. So then, it's still an interesting one to see the way that, as I said, I think it was all down to, a potential attempt from Wilson's point of view to try and expand and extend that advantage of his by trying to keep on the momentum. It didn't really work out in this frame, but you never quite know. It could also be very much down to, brilliance of Trump, which you can't deny that we have seen plenty of so far. And he just needs to be a little bit better in terms of the skill for both of the players there. I think for Wilson, it's down to making those 2 blacks from the spot into the corner. And then for Trump, it's just all about the miscue. Despite playing that brilliant shot on the blue, being out of position, all those little fine margins there that could have easily worked out to be leaving 2-0. to be the gap in between himself and Karen Wilson. But for now, he probably still have to say it will be all down to a decent opportunity for, either Judd Trump or Karen Wilson to get themselves away and ultimately just find themselves in that position of trying to extend their lead before the intermission. 2 frames played, almost 55 minutes now since the start of the match, and now Trump, he's going to be invited there to the table by the referee to be the player to break off at the start of the 3rd frame. And he's now all down to Trump and all down to him to try and be the player to take this one away and hopefully for himself to lead Karen Wilson away into the 4th frame out there. It's going to be a long night. I hope Apex has a packet of... Well, I'll tell you what, it's all going to be down to the level of snooker that we're going to have, because for now, it's all been very interesting, but I would also say we have been missing that fluency and the brilliant ability of both of the players to go for those high-value breaks. Not even talking about a century break, but I don't think we've seen a break of 50 plus just yet, which is a little bit surprising for the opening 2 frames. Different reasons. One of those occasions, it was very close there for Wilson to try and get a break of 48 points with a total clearance, but he couldn't quite, get that one in. So, just now going to be looking at the safety battle once again, as we have seen at the stage of every single one of those frames. Tell you what, he could have played this shot a little bit better there, Wilson. Trump is certainly going to think about that, right? Probably think against it at the end stage, but still, looking at the red and the way that Wilson could have easily left it to go past the black there. Now Trump responds with, brushing off that red and getting that cue ball to be positioned now perfectly onto the black ball cushion, giving the turn away to Karen Wilson. And remember, this is now going to be the session of 10 frames, so we could still be seeing this one the longest the session of the entire season out there. Not just because it's the first tournament of the season, but ultimately when we come to the World Championship and you've got any one of those sessions, apart from, of course, if Mark Cullen is going to be playing against Mark Selby again, I don't think any of us are going to forget that match in between themselves in 2023, where they've played, I think, 4 or 5 frames in 3.5 hours. That was like watching the paint dry. But of course, it did have some of its positives at the same time. For now, Wilson, he's going to play a bit of a weird shot there, and I think he's going to get away with this one. I think he was trying to get the red past the yellow. Didn't really work out, and nearly left the red over the corner there for Trump. It seems like Judd is going to have to think about this one properly well, and just trying to go for that red, probably to be sent away here from the cue ball, send it down to the lower end of the table, and try and get the green and blue to be involved, which he has done pretty well. I think he has left a couple of those reds to be visible there for Wilson, but apart from the top one, closer to the blue, I don't really think there's going to be plenty of opportunities there. Fearless job. Well, he certainly was fearless in relation to taking that yellow in the previous frame there. Really good shot there for him, and the shot which, of course, on top of that blue that he's made into the yellow pocket itself, has certainly been the reason why it's now going to be 1-1 and not 2-0 lead there for Karen Wilson. I must admit that Wilson has surprised me by reaching this final, given this patchy form over the last 8 months. Exactly, Gareth, exactly my reaction. Wilson probably had one of the strangest seasons of anyone. As now, I'm not sure he has played this one well enough, I think Trump is going to have a chance. Well, it's a bit of a passive shot there from Wilson. And is he going to be punished for it? The exact same red is now going to be played by, Trump. But, I'll tell you what, if that was a little bit punchy there from Wilson, a little bit risky, Trump got nowhere near the potting angle of that red. And it's now going to be all the way back to 50-50 once again. Wilson probably had one of the weirdest seasons ever for the snooker player, because he's managed to win 2 tournaments, which is always a nice thing, winning a triple crown in the meantime. And he just had such a mediocre season apart from the 2 tournaments that he's played. But in those 2 tournaments, he was brilliant. In the Masters, he's managed to beat everything that came up against him, whether it was Robertson, whether it was Weezer. He was just playing so well. in relation to all the opposition players. And then you talk about the Shanghai Masters, well, destroying the world champion of Zhao, as he has nailed down for the 2 seasons in a row, beating him. I wouldn't say destroying for the 2 seasons in a row, as now Trump is going to find himself in a position of trying to play the shot off the side cushion. He'll be close to the pink and he'll be a little bit too close for comfort. So then he'll be 6 points away for Karen Wilson. And yeah, exactly the same reaction for me. I just feel like this form of Wilson came out of nowhere. There's not really going to be a way for it to come out of somewhere, though, to be fair, for any one of the players. Apart from maybe the World Championship. But, I mean, Murphy didn't perform that well. Allen, of course, didn't play. Weezer and, John Higgins, played all right, but didn't really get too far away there, both of them. And, Weezer was the highest of the players that have done quite well in the World Championship and got himself through to a semi-final, lost out to Trump, as now Trump is going to be able to get the contact from the cue ball at the second time of asking. And now, once again, it's a chance here for Wilson to try and take the red away from the cue ball. But ultimately, it's a very interesting situation that we have got ahead of ourselves, because every single one of those frames we have seen no chances pretty much to be given away for a long shot there for either one of the 2 players, which just tells you about how well and how brilliantly we have seen both of the players to be performing when it comes down to those safety battles out there. So then still, it's going to be an interesting chance here for Trump to try and play the cue ball quite close towards those reds. Doesn't want to get too, much of a contact on the reds, and needs to get cover on the brown. He will get the cover on the brown, it would seem. And now, despite Wilson there potentially seeing a chance to be heading for the red into the left corner, he's going to have to think against it. But, of course, at the same time, he's always had a nice chance to be playing the cue ball alongside those reds, very thin on the edge. And now, given the turn back towards Trump, the cue ball is going to be heading towards the pocket, but he's going to stop just about in time there, but he travelled enough there to try and put enough of a distance in between the cue ball and the red. Talk about the long shot attempt. There's going to be one now for Trump. Of that, there is no doubt. Whether he's going to be thinking about trying to play a safe shot of it, which he was, but he had to maybe do something with that red. And, I'll tell you what, he could have done something better in relation to the cue ball, though he might have just about got away with that one. Not in relation to him being, having played a really good shot, but the cue ball just creeping in behind and potentially being obstructed there by the green. And you can see there Wilson was thinking about trying to go for that red, but realising that he needs to have a lot of the cue action because of the black being out of position and being located higher than the blue right now. The ping not being available, so you have to take that cue ball with either plenty of topspin, which would not have been available there for Karen Wilson, or plenty of backspin here, which might see a demonstration of here by Trump, because he's got another long red available. They do start to come into play there, but for now, none of them have been taken in the recent past out there. So then Trump just, once again, looking at that red briefly, but then realising that, once again, probably the angle wasn't going to be the most suitable one for him, and having to go for a very aggressive shot there in both relation to the reds and the cue ball. And in the end, the reds are going to be seemingly safe there for him, but at the same time, the cue ball seems to have been played pretty well there as well. Although, I feel like it's one of those situations there for Wilson where he can see one red out of 15, but he could also be the only red of the 15 that he could have potentially gone for as the attacking shot. And, could well be the case here then. So let's see what's going to happen here. Is he going to try and take this red into the corner? Or is he going to be all the way down to just trying to drop that cue ball on towards the black ball cushion? I feel like he's going to go for the aggressive opportunity. Or we could actually get through to an easier red there. Well, I'm not sure whether that's unlucky there from Trump, which it probably is, or it was a bit of a poor shot, which it probably was as well. So the addition of both of those factors, and a really good pot there from Wilson, but it's one of those things there, you either can get through to the red or you can't. He didn't put any swerve on it, and he wasn't really uncomfortable at any stage of that shot there, so clearly could see through that red. and now puts himself to be in a position of 14 points clear. Still looking for the Reds to try and make his way through right now, as he's thinking about going for the red in towards the right middle. Once again, of course, putting the black onto its own spot there, having the blue now and the black to be played around with. So then straight away trying to send that cue ball towards the black, not having any reds in the way of it now. And all of a sudden, he was always going to be down to that opening chance there, which was going to be crucial. And as long as he avoids having unnecessary problems and mistakes on the black there, as we have seen at every single one of those frames for Wilson so far, I feel Trump had very much toned down his aggressive long shots he has, but ultimately feel like, both players trusting in their ability to be a better player on the safety shots, and, someone had to give. And once again, as he was pretty much in every single one of those frames, Trump had to be the one losing out the safety battle, which, may actually force him to reevaluate the strategy for the remainder of the first session at least. Potentially be the player very much trying to, be the one on the front foot and trying to put all that pressure onto Wilson rather than, through playing long shots, rather than just try and settle into the safety battle, which, even though you have to say there's been some brilliant safeties there from Chong, but, there just really haven't been enough there of the quality, but also the quantity of them. Wilson just seems like, even when Chong plays a really good safety of his own, either he's able to play a better one, or he's able to get away from a snooker without really giving anything away there. Yes, you could say there was plenty of luck involved, but I think that's going to be relevant for both of the parties. And for now, Wilson there with a careful shot onto the red. Well, say a careful one. I mean, he doesn't really want to be too close to the brown. I'll tell you what, he has found himself in a pretty tough spot there. He has to go for the brown. It's the only colour available to him, but of course mustn't forget about still having to play a good shot on the red. And now it's going to be all down to the brown. Getting that cue ball down the table here as well is going to be a massive factor here. But, I mean, it doesn't seem like he's going to be comfortable, which is completely understandable. He might have to go for an extension, to say the least, but alternatively, he may need a rest as well. And he's going to go for quite a big extension out there. Probably the biggest of them all, actually. So then let's see of just how tight this brown is going to be for him. So out of nowhere, that mistake came. And of course, all that was due to him catching one of those reds onto the side cushion. Now let's see if he spotted the brown, which he has. And let's see how nice is he going to be in the positioning of the cue ball. It's not going to be perfect, but I think it was always going to be down to, just getting it down to the lower end of the table. And at that stage, he was going to have options to his name. Probably going to go for the reds in towards the left corner right now. Just needs to make sure, even though it is quite tight towards the left side cushion, it's also not too far away from the left corner at the same time. And now just trying to play the shot well. He's missed out on this occasion. And let's see if he's going to give everything away to Chong there. Because if you give anything away, it could also mean that you give every bit of this position away to his opponent. Well, it seemed like it all started away with the previous shot there, having to play that, extra shot on the brown. Now still thinking about, what can Chong do here? Is he going to have to go for the red into the green pocket or not? Well, it seemed like the answer is yes. He played that with 100 miles an hour and he got that red to be disappearing in no time at all. Really good shot. Great position on the green and the brown. And now it's all to play for in the third frame. Wilson once again had his opportunity, and once again this time around it was the red that he missed out on to add to the collection of two blacks, missing out on the previous frame occasion. So then 42 points down, still 99 at the table, even after the brown has disappeared. So plenty of chances here for Trump to try and make things right there for himself. But ultimately, I think you could say there is going to be a bit of an issue there with the colours, and with the reds I should say. There's not going to be any issues with the colours at all until the very end stage of potentially getting through to the yellow, which is still in more than a good position there for Trump. So this is now a brilliant opportunity for Judd to try and turn this frame on his head And potentially, even though he's got, plenty of points to try and catch up there to be level with Wilson in terms of points, but in relation to the percentage on who's more likely to win the frame, probably say it's now Trump's frame to lose out there. If he doesn't make any mistakes here, and he can just try and take it away there with all the simple reds first. He's got plenty of reds that are going to be getting in the way of each other, which is a brilliant thing for him now, because they're all quite far away from each other as well at the same time. So if he takes the easier ones first, he's going to free up more and more reds, and I think he genuinely might be able to finish the frame off without having to go into the reds anymore, because of how well they're actually being spread out away from each other, which is why it was so pointless and so weird for Wilson to get himself out of position. But look at this, by the way. I mean, 2020, 22, 27 being the highest break there for Watchalong, and you can see so far his average being 22.3 there, 36.0 for Wilson. But Trump is now going to be on the break of 20 points of himself, looking to try and extend it out down to 30 here. And now a brilliant opportunity, as I said beforehand, to try and make use of all 5 of those remaining reds after he's managed to pot the black there. And if he's done that, I think it's going to be very difficult for Wilson to find his way back into the frame there. For now, Trump is going to have plenty of options there in relation to what can he do with the remaining colours here and the remaining reds right now. Probably having to go for the one, carefully brushing off the pink into the left corner, and now leaving the pink to be available, which makes it even more room for him to try and get the position sorted out for, the reds closer to the right side cushion, although still going to be positioned very much in the middle of the table. Now then, Trump just taking it very slow there for himself, making sure that he doesn't have to rush too much here at all, as he now takes the blue away, puts him exactly level on points there with Wilson, and now puts it down to the highest break of the match there to be very much on the cards there. Still very much being 48 points is that first frame there from Karen Wilson. Now then, Trump is going to be able to level that break of points count. If he's going to be able to go for the blue now after he's taken the red away into the left corner. I thought he was going to think against it at the end and go for those 2 reds to be spread out away from each other onto the right corner, but he clearly feels like that's not going to be much of an issue anyway, as he's now going to be looking to remove the reds on the left hand side here and put him very much in the window of trying to finish off the frame here in a single visit to the table there in terms of the scoring chances. And well, for all the time it looked like Wilson was going to be the man very much to try and run away with this one here, but I think Trump has got other plans for him, and he's now going to be down to a break of 50 points, trying to carefully take that black away into the right corner. And now 57 points plays 43, so then 14 points is the lead. So he will need both of those reds to be taken with the pink or the black there, and then he's got a great chance of getting himself 2 frames on the bounce and making sure that Wilson is not going to be able to lead the way at the intermission, which would have been music to the ears of Watchalong after what has happened in the first frame and a half out there as well. What is the next Pro Tournament on the calendar? It will be China Open in a week's time. We're going to stay in China for a while. We're going to have China Open, then we're going to have Wuhan Open before we go to the likes of the English Open and the British Open, to be followed by one another quite closely. And we're still going to have plenty of tournaments in China before the end of 2026. We're going to have Shenzhen Open, the home tournament of Xiaozington, as now Trump's got himself positioned for the black to be taken now into the right corner, plays that shot very carefully in towards the right part of the table here, and now it's going to be 30 points as the lead for Watchalong, and only 27 of those are going to be available for Wilson to try and make a comeback out of this one. Incredibly, by the way, I mean, if that yellow would have made it into the pocket, despite Wilson making a break of 43 points, there was still a chance for Watchalong to make a century break out of that particular effort, but in the end, the yellow is going to come missing, so, Wilson will feel like there is still going to be some value in trying to fight back for this one. But at the same time, it's now going to be all down to the yellow to be played away from the cue ball here. And just having to play this shot very carefully there in relation to the blue and the yellow situation there. But look at that for a shot. Brilliant. Wilson had to spend a good 10 minutes there, having sat in his seat, not thinking about, the red that he missed into the corner. And now he plays a shot like this, which puts Trump on the back foot straight away out there. And now we'll be down to the yellow to be made, though, with the contact with the cue ball. So once again, a good shot from Wilson. Sees a response of a really good shot there from Trump as well. Now looking for a chance here to be potting the yellow away into the left corner, but always a bit of a risk there where you're not really going to get anything out of that particular effort, as now it's just going to be a clear miss of the yellow and the cue ball in between themselves, and now just having to play the shot well enough there from Trump so that he doesn't allow Wilson to be seeing the cue ball and the yellow for close company with one another. Now they're looking to try and go for the yellow into his own pocket. May not be the worst idea for him, but he still needs to make sure his number one priority right now is to try and get with a distance of 2 snookers, which of course the easiest way of doing that is by potting the yellow. But alternatively, he can just try and be very much the player looking to try and find a snooker there on Wilson, which can easily be done by just playing a safety shot and just getting that cue ball away from the yellow with the most of the distance as is possible for him. But for now, it is Wilson that is going to be the man setting the pace of the safety battle one more time. And it's interesting to see the reaction there, and Trump just having a look to see if he's going to be able to swerve past the pink here and make a small contact with the yellow. Nearly tried to pot that one at the end stage of that shot. But in the end, getting the contact on the yellow was the most important factor of that particular effort there from Trump. Now then, looking at the yellow and the way that he's positioned towards the green pocket, Wilson could try and make this one into the, probably into the right side cushion. Try and get that cue ball to be positioning behind the green and the brown. But at the end stage, once again, Trump just seems like he's reluctant to be going to the traditional route, and he's just going to try and play this one onto one cushion with a little bit of side spin and get that cue ball to be cannoning into the yellow for the 3rd time, despite 3 really good efforts there from Karen Wilson to get the snooker lines up. Wilson 2 errors cost them 2 frames. Previous black was schoolboy error. The red was not easy. The red wasn't easy, but I think you have to put it down to I don't think it was as difficult as probably the previous shot that he had to play, which I think he will be now. Very much frame over. Wilson's got no intention in trying to wait for Trump to make that 27 points of a clearance, as he can seize the frame, and now he's going to be Trump 2, Karen Wilson 1. And but I think in the previous frame number 3, you can't really try to find an excuse there for Wilson, because he was the player that very much put himself in that window of having to play those difficult shots on the brown and then the red after that, because simply, having unnecessary contact and a bit of a slide there on one of those reds didn't work out at all. And it was very much down to a decent opportunity for, Trump, which he was able to take with a brilliant break of 73 points, by far the highest break of the match, which leaves us nicely with the average break of 36 points for Wilson, 35 there for Judd. But ultimately it is Trump that sees himself to be edging ahead there of Karen Wilson, and now puts himself to be right in that window of looking to try and make it all the way there when it comes down to having a 3-1 lead before the intermission. Will of course mean that he has won 3 frames in a row, which is going to be a bit of a dent there to the chances of Karen Wilson, and ultimately, his own perspective there of the vision of this particular final, after, of course, he was able to be very much the triumph guy after the first frame, seemingly to be a very strong favourite for the second frame too, but at the end stage, just didn't seem like it worked out for him too well. And now it will come down to the 4th frame to be important for Wilson, but of course at the same time, he will be quite as important to, Trump as well. Just to try and make sure he will actually be able to get somewhere with that. And if you think about, the previous season, of course, which is incredible, Wilson and Trump were the world number 1 and the world number 2 throughout the entirety of that season. And, Yes, certainly. They've played the season before last. They've played 5 matches in between each other. They haven't played a single one on the previous occasion. When you talk about the season before last, they've played in 3 finals, which was incredible. China Grand Prix, Wilson won that one by 10 frames to 8. Northern Ireland Open, Wilson won that one by 9 frames to 3. And Players Championship, Wilson won that one by 10 frames to 9. So once again, 3 finals and 3 wins there for Karen Wilson. And when it comes down to the Masters, they have met against each other in 24-25 season in the semi-finals. Wilson was able to win that one by 6 frames to 3. And then when it comes down to the only win in the last 2 seasons that Judd Trump has over Karen Wilson, of course, it came during that triumph for Judd Trump in the UK Championship, where he was able to defeat Barry Hawkins by 10 frames to 8, beating Karen Wilson in the progress by 6 frames to 2, and get himself through towards that final stage, because, of course, the players have met in the last 4 in between each other. So whether it's now going to be down to Wilson or Trump to, one of them to be the better player than the other, I think it also comes down to, you don't necessarily have to be the better player. You just have to make sure you win the frame. And I think that's probably been the slogan of Judd Trump in the previous 3 frames, because if you look at it, it hasn't really been all down to the brilliant opportunities there that Wilson was able to take. But once again, look at that. The break-off shot there comes in from Wilson. It's not really the one that puts Trump on the back foot massively. And Wilson there straight away trying to go for an aggressive shot. And it hasn't seemed like it's worked out for him at all. And now Trump is going to have a chance, once again as he was in the previous couple of frames. But this is exactly what I mean. He wasn't really the best player, you could argue, when it comes down to chance creation or even being clinical with his chances. But, that ability of not making those errors at the time when it matters has probably cost Judd Trump a lot less than he has for Karen Wilson. And now, once again, same old story. It's a break-off for Wilson. And 1 shot later, the bottom line is he's going to give a chance away to Trump. And, it's now going to be 4 points of the advantage for Trump. But more importantly, it's now going to be a chance for Trump to try and make it all the way for the blue. Get himself lined up with a bit of a straight line shot here to be taken. And after a very lengthy couple of frames that we've seen pretty much on 3 out of 3 occasions, we are looking at 140 in relation to 1 hour and 40 minutes for the first 4 frames, which for the final probably is quite lengthy, especially if you think about the caliber and the style of play for both of the players to be very much that aggressive snooker. But, the aggressive snooker seemingly wasn't really in place there for Trump in the first 3 frames, but he was able to win 2 of them, which is the most important thing at all. But I would also say, despite trying to be very much playing the safety battle out there, he still has managed to play some really good shots when it did matter for him, having that break of 73 points to speak very nicely for him as well. And now as he cannons the pink away from those reds and onto the blue, he's now going to get a great chance of playing the black in towards the right corner, after actually having a couple more of those reds to be available to him as well. So then plenty of probably side spin here, trying to take that cue ball around the globe, which I thought he was going to try and go for the other way, just trying to get around those reds and to play the one closer to the left side cushion. In the end, he's going to have to go the opposite route there for himself. Another break of 20 plus there, joining the club of 20, 26, 27, and of course 73, to be quite an imposter in that club, as Trump's still looking to try and make the impossible mission very much seem possible out there. If somebody told you when Wilson was trying to play for that black in the second frame, if there was any chance there for Trump to be seeing plenty more mistakes from Karen Wilson, but ultimately to be the man challenging now for 3 frames on the bounce, probably would not have been the likely outcome. But it certainly seems to be the reality here. And Trump, despite not playing anywhere near his best snooker that he has been showcasing in the matches against Higgins and Weiser, still able to have a very consistent display there of the performance as he gets the cue ball past the 2 reds with a very, very tiny gap there, but squeezes it through on the white. And now makes it down to another red and the black combination to be very much in sight there for him. I think he may have to play this one with the blue, to be fair. So Let's see if he's going to try and play this one around, and he has. So it's actually not played this one for the blue, but potentially even for the pink or the yellow. So going to have to wait and see on which one of them is Trump actually going to prefer here. Well, I mean, the fact that he's looking for the plant to be taken into the left corner, there's not really going to be a way where you're going to have a chance to be doing that from the yellow. So he's going to have to try, take that green away into its own pocket and make sure he's got that cue ball to be covered in towards the right side cushion, getting as close as possible in relation to the other reds. And now get himself within that window of trying to go for the reds into the left corner. Have plenty of power behind that type of a shot. And yeah, just make sure he's going to have all the ingredients that he's looking for here. Of playing a good enough shot here. Try and get that cue ball away from the reds as well, which he has done super well. And now it will be coming down to a shot on the blue that he can try and take in towards the left middle without, losing the cue ball too much out there. Despite, of course, it's going to be aiming towards the bulk line, which is always going to have a couple of risks for you. But look at that brilliant cue action there from Trump. And now he's going to put himself in the window once again of having two reds available. He has run himself a little bit out of position on both of them, but nothing that should concern him too much. And I think he's still going to be lined up, probably after all the consideration for the one into the right corner, I would say. I just simply think it's an easier cut for him. He doesn't have to get the rest equipment out. And ultimately, it's just going to be all down to, avoiding a contact on the red with the cue ball, which he hasn't really done, but at the end stage, it's still going to be the contact which loses him the frame out there. Although it's still going to be the contact which, should put him in a position where he's going to be looking at the chance of playing the next red with quite a long way out there in relation to the cue ball and the red. But anyway, it's going to be now second 50-plus break in the match, second in a row in terms of those frames, and of course, second of them to be made by Judd Trump out there. That just seems like he's very slowly, very steadily getting himself to be in this rhythm of playing all the right shots. And now, once again, playing a great red into the corner, making sure he's got the nice little chance of being top side of a blue. And now extending his lead to 51 points. After this tournament, Trump will follow Robertson on a bullet train to Hong Kong. The trip takes 8 hours and costs 185. Well, I think it depends on the outcome here, because I feel like it's going to be all down to the potential chance for, who's going to be the winner, because you feel like there's going to be a bit of a party in Shanghai based around the snooker world, depending on which one of those two is going to be able to win the tournament and get themselves through a very handy prize money at the start of the tournament as well. But also getting a title so early doors in the season is always going to be a great addition to their trophy cabinet, especially with how insignificant, if you want to say, it has been for Trump. Significant enough there, I would say, for, for Wilson in the previous season, because he has managed to win 2 tournaments. 2 of them were big, the Masters and the Shanghai Masters. And even though Trump has managed to get the German Masters on the board, you still feel like that was a little bit of a, dry dry season for him in relation to having that status of the world number 1. But now, it's certainly going to be all down to the position ahead of him that he seems to have taken really, really well. Just taking those reds apart from each other, and now, no mistakes so far. Got himself onto this position now, going for the frame ball into the corner, but a mistake is going to appear right here, although it still is going to be a monumental effort for Karen Wilson to try and get himself right back in the action here. 62 points on the break. It's going to be the end here for John Selden. All down to Wilson to try and show a little bit of skill here. But more importantly, just looking for the red to be taken into the right corner here. I mean, it's an interesting one from Wilson, because it depends on what can he try and achieve here. But ultimately, what sort of a mindset is he going to have right now? Is he going to be all out attack for it? Or is he going to try and wait until all 5 reds are in a really good position and, just try and buy himself a little bit of time there? For now, he's going to be looking for the plants into the corner. Well, that's going to be one way of trying to get this frame to be sorted out. But I think he'll probably also be down to a chance for Chum there to reappear back to the table straight away. Wilson clearly thought that plant was going into the corner, it would have potentially been the most difficult bunch of reds to be out of danger there. But now there is going to be a great chance for Trump to go for that red, which of course is going to be a frame ball for him. And now 63 points of a lead there, whilst only having 15 under the table. You know, unless he pots a colour here, Wilson will still be coming back to the table. But I feel like his status of, you know, being still in the charge and, you know, in the hunt for this frame is going to be evaporating very quickly, down to just trying to fight a battle that he can't really win. But we're not in that window just yet. It's only one snooker as it stands. You could always bring the free ball into the open play, which would allow you to avoid the respot. But here, I feel like Wilson just feels like he needs to be going for those reds. And, you know, it seemed like he got a little bit fortunate on this occasion and actually managed to get the snooker that he was looking for, despite having 4 reds at the table. But Trump is having a look to see if he can get past the black here, which he clearly can't, without potentially trying to swerve around it. And he did. Caught the side cushion first and then carefully bounced his way on towards the red there. So not going to be looking to give any free foul points away, especially with, of course, on this occasion, he would put Wilson right back in the mix there as well. So then Kyron now trying to collect those 4 reds to be all within a couple of centimetres in between each other. And still potentially leaving out the edge there for Trump to be available to be seen as he takes one of those reds towards the left side cushion, bounces away into the middle of the table. And in the end, it does seem like Wilson is going to have to try and either keep those reds in the position where they are, more or less, apart from, of course, the red that he's going to be aiming for himself, or alternatively, he can try and go for the red to be taken into the left corner. And if he does that well, he could always see a huge bounce on the cue ball's point of view to be taken towards the right side cushion. And, well, that's not really the way to be doing that. And I think it may well be the end of a frame here for Kyron Wilson. And ultimately, Trump just seems like he's got way more confidence in himself. But, of course, I think it's easy to say that when, you know, Wilson just made 2 mistakes, because clearly he finds himself with that 63 points of a gap. And, you know, not enjoying it too much at the moment, having lost 3 frames on the bounce now officially, as the red and the yellow combination is going to disappear. And Trump just looking to try and confirm. Well, that's a little bit surprising there. Very rarely you see that in the final, just asking if, you know, Wilson is happy to concede the frame. I mean, it was 15 points clear in relation to the total clearance out there, but it's just a little bit weird there from Trump to be doing that after the 4 frames in the final. But anyway, maybe he was just a little bit, you know, tired after everything that's happened in the first 4 frames. Now, of course, we're going to see the intermission, and we're going to see, hopefully, a bit of a, you know, rebirth there once again from Wilson, which we have seen in every single one of his matches that he's played so far in the Shanghai Masters. And, yeah, just needs to try and put those 3 frames behind him, which, you know, didn't really have plenty of good things going on for him at that stage after winning a very good first frame for him. You know, it was all down to Trump to be the man leading the front line and now looking to try and run away from Kyron Wilson, which he has managed to achieve as his mission after the opening 4 frames. Let's see if that mission is now going to be extended, or is Wilson going to try and find his way back in towards the match, as it's now going to be very much down to Trump to be ahead there by 3 frames to 1, but Wilson still in the hunt there as we go to the intermission. The players are going to have a little break, and then we'll be back to the action to see who's going to be the winner, or is it going to be a draw after 6 more frames to be played before the first session is going to be over, and one of the players potentially will have the lead to be taken into the evening session to try and get themselves hands on the trophy and the first title to start off 26-27 season with a perfect style. Speak to you soon, 15 minutes time, stay tuned in.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 for you. Won't you let the light shine through? In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
Welcome back, everybody. The intermission is now almost over and we're ready to get back into the action of the 5th frame. It will be down to Watchalong to try and extend his lead of 3 frames to 1, or is he going to be Karen Wilson to try and recover from the previous 3 frame struggles? And now, as both of the players come their way back onto the arena, it will be very much down to Watchalong to be the player to get us underway with the break-off. Now let's see what he's all about. I think we are going to have to see a response now from Wilson in relation to he can't afford to lose a lot more of those frames, as there Trump with the break-off nearly puts the blue into the yellow pocket there, which might tell you that he has certainly clattered his way onto the blue out there, which wasn't the plan. One of the reds is now going to be very much available here for Wilson, so has been exactly the start that Kyron would have liked to see from his opponents in relation to a little bit of a struggle there from Trump. Now, can he try and make his way towards the black here? Well, he can pot the red. Not sure if he's going to be satisfied with that position on the black, although it's not the worst one. The cue ball hasn't quite reached the side cushion, which is always going to be great news for him. And now it's always going to have the chance of now trying to pot the black into the corner, get that cue ball to be bouncing away like crazy. And, well, once again, it's now going to be down to which way does Wilson want to go there. Does he want to try and make it all about now? And does he want to head that cue ball straight into the reds? Or indeed, does he want to try and take the power away? I think he's not taking the power away, but he's still going to be adding topspin, which probably was just down to, him not having the blue, clearly not having the angle to play on the black. So he did need to inject the power, but he certainly could have played into the reds if he used backspin, but I think he was probably down to multiple factors, but the main two being, he's still got one more red to play for, which I actually think is probably a bad factor because of how awkward it is going to be for Wilson to try and make that long way around. But look at that for a shot. 1, 2, 3, nearly 4 now. 4 cushions to be on that red, and he's actually overplayed for it. So, I mean, there's probably 0.1% of the table there when it comes down to where he could have placed that cue ball, and he would have been a little bit too low on that red, and that's exactly where he is, but still able to take that red away. Now, this is where, the blue could have been very handy for him, but of course, if the blue was still on his spot there, Wilson probably would not have been having this chance here. So, down to the yellow, and he's going to have to be a long walk there for the cue ball, and a long run, I should say, towards those reds. No cushions. Great hitting target on the pink, and that was a brilliant shot there from Karen Wilson that gets himself right back into the mix now with plenty of reds available. Yes, you could say, he's probably not ideally lined up for the red into the corner, but I tell you what, I think he'll take that, especially with probably being the last of the problems that he'll experience for the next 8 shots or so, because then he's going to have 3 more reds to be available into left or right corner. But I mean, he might have to play one of those reds away here from the cue ball just to get himself lined up for the black or the pink alternatively. I tell you what, that's not nice. That's unlucky. That's really unlucky, that. But also, I think he should have known a little bit better there, Wilson. Yeah, to be fair, it's probably a lot more unlucky than, it's down to everything else. Basically pushed one of those reds away as he had to, but he pushed it right over the path of the black there. So, it's now pink or nothing here for Wilson. I always feel Trump have reasonably good breakoffs, but this one is terrible, true. And I don't think the one in the first frame was great either, because I think he did catch the blue as well. Now, is it going to be yellow time for Wilson? And, well, the blue was always going to be getting in the way, but I feel like because of the blue getting in the way at that stage, the yellow was probably going to be a miss anyway. So, 15 points of a lead now for Wilson. And ultimately, he will be coming back to Watchalong here to try and make his way towards the table here. Ultimately, just having a look at the red available to him into the left corner. And now, all down to a potential opportunity here of, playing the red away in towards the left part of the table. Now, lovely little rest shot there for him. And now, what can he try and achieve here of the situation of the Reds? Because I said Wilson wasn't going to bother about a lot more of the shots for a while, but of course a lot has changed since then. One of the Reds was compromised, one of the Reds was spotted by Wilson, now one of the Reds was spotted by Trump as well, which leaves you down to 1, maybe 2 Reds that are going to be available here for Judd. which is exactly what Trump is going to try and study right now to see if he's got the area to try and play for, or does he have that need to try and send the cue ball into the right side of the bunch and make sure that it causes a little bit of a kaboom and all the reds are going to go away from each other, at least in his mindset. Whether that's going to be the reality or not, we're going to have to wait and see. But he's going for the green, which probably suggests the similar type of a shot that Wilson was going for, but in the end, a lot more of the pace management of the cue ball, and also I think the side was massively against trying to send the cue ball a lot further down to the lower end of the table, so he carefully just positioned himself for another red to be taken here. But you know, it's going to help him, of course it will, but I don't think it's going to be the deciding point in the frame, which, you know, clearly didn't get a good cue action on the cue ball there because he was looking a little bit confused of what happened, but also he's now not going to be anywhere near the good position on the pink. So that's why I was a little bit surprised why he didn't try and make his way onto the green straight away there, because, you know, it just felt like that was always going to be not necessarily the risk, but the reality realistically. I think it's just, you know, it wasn't going to work out for Trump in the way that he wanted to. And now the yellow is certainly going to be played towards the pocket, play the white towards the top cushion, play that shot with plenty of power. And now, is he going to be able to try and slow himself down? He is going to be able to slow that cue ball down, but not in the position that he would have liked to be. And even though he caught one of those reds to make a contact, it's now going to be all down to, you know, the red potentially to be taken into the middle. But once again, I feel like he's getting himself to be on the edge here. Although 3-1 lead, only one red available. He could go for that one if he wants to, but, you know, he would also have to try and get the cover onto the black there. A really good effort, but not quite on this occasion. And you can see he certainly was thinking about cover, and he played that shot really well. To have that option to be going for the blue had the red landed into the middle, but for the vast majority of the times, you know, in all the potential outcomes when the red was going to jump out and still be at the table, you know, he was going to have a really difficult shot here for Wilson to try and exploit anything with the aggressive fashion. But I think it's going to be all down to Wilson now, just looking at the reds from the left side cushion and ultimately, you know, just positioning himself towards laying that cue ball towards those reds. Let's see how close is it going to be for him. Certainly close towards the pink, but in the end, no foul made. And he will be down to 8 points of a lead now for Wilson. You know, already we've seen plenty of those reds to disappear into the pockets. 6 to be precise, with 9 still at the table. So, you know, it's very much a bit of a different battle this time around, because you still got 8, make that 7 now, reds to be all in the main bunch. Very much all compromised by one another, and I don't think any one of them is going to be possible. But the reason why I corrected and said it's 7, not 8, because Trump there with the previous shot, making one of them to go slightly further away from the back. And now, you know, there could be a chance for Wilson here to try and take the red away into the corner. But generally, I have to say that shot was pretty well played there by Judd, but he wasn't good enough, because now Wilson gets that red in, and let's see where's the cue ball going to finish. It's not going to finish anywhere nice, let's put it that way, but it's still on the brown towards the left corner, which is a long shot, you know, theoretically and realistically too. But, you know, I think, is there going to be any value for him to get a snooker in with those 7 reds to be so close to each other? You know, Trump hasn't really shown any weaknesses from getting out of snookers. I mean, he has fluffed it once, but I think it was a lot more down to a very good snooker to be played from Wilson's point of view than he was down to, you know, bad escape from Trump. So, yeah, just an ordinary shot there. Clearly felt like it wasn't really going to be worth for Wilson to try and get the cue ball in behind the green. So he decided just to play it into the green with full power. And now another red. He's going to go towards the pocket there. So we only have 8 of those remaining. 7 of them to be in the pack, and 1 more to be right next to the black, slightly more to the right-hand side of the table. I mean, Trump potentially, if he really wants to, can try and go for this red, but I feel like that would have been probably not the right angle for the cue ball to be sending right, you know, in towards the pack there. And if you miss that shot all of a sudden, instead of just having a risk of leaving 1 red, you could bring the other 7 into the open play as well, which certainly would not have been the plan for him. So for now, just a very careful shot there in terms of his selection on Wilson, but still could have played that one a little bit further in behind the black. Trump is certainly going to have a look around to see if there is value to be heading for the red into the middle. And I tell you what, for a second there, I thought he was not going to think about that one, but now he's having a good old look at it. Although I still think he's probably thinking about playing a safety shot of it rather than, going for that red into the middle. But he's certainly taking his time on this one. And, well, I think he's actually going to go for another red after all that. And then a couple of seconds later, he switches back to the first option that he had of the red away from the back there. Tom and Jerry time. Well, a little bit. Cat and mouse game, but ultimately I think it will be down to them, the first player to get the chance, as it always has been in this match, apart from maybe the fourth frame where Wilson had that lead of 43 points. And then, that's a horrible mistake from Trump. I mean, he was thinking long and hard about it, but maybe he was overthinking about that one because he felt like, I don't really know what he was trying to invent there, but the thing has happened, getting a kiss of the red that he didn't want to, on top of him catching the red, of course, that he was playing for now, seemed to have cost him quite dearly. Let's see if Wilson's going to be able to punish him for that, and he is, for now, as he gets the red into the corner. And now it's a really good chance here for Wilson, because the previous shot that Trump has played, until that point, he had all the reds to be bunched up there, and all of a sudden, Trump has brought a couple of them, to say the least, into play. And when I say a couple, it could easily be 4 out of 7 there, which will leave the remaining 3 all to be available as well. If you take those 4 reds first, and Curran is the one that had a minor points advantage now, extended to 17 points, but only 83 points at the table. It could be a very important lead, even at this stage, if he was to get either one of those reds safe and run himself out of position. But for now, that is completely not the way that he was playing for this shot, and I think he's going to ask the referee to clean the white there. Was just pointing with his cue. And, certainly not happy with what he's played there. I think he's left himself with no option here at all. I mean, yeah, of course, running himself out of position on the red would have been a little bit different, because 18 points would have allowed him to put one of those reds onto the cushion and then feel like, even if Trump gets all the easy reds away, then he's still going to have to deal with the difficult one. But for now, it's still going to be a position very much wide open there. And Wilson, for all the time, just doesn't seem like he's able to get anywhere near that point scoring opportunity that he's been looking for a while now. So 7 points here for Trump, 25 points for Wilson, and 18 points to the lead there. But Trump is going to be absolutely delighted with being 18 points behind, especially now since he's managed to pot the red with a long range shot, and it's a really good one as well there for Judd. Now the question is, well, first of all, he's perfectly on the yellow, so there's the answer for that one. But the question is, does that red, the lowest of them all on the left-hand side, goes through the other one on the right-hand side and into the right corner? Because if it does, well, it could well be 4-1 then. And it could well be the second frame where Wilson was on the verge of... Well, it could well be the fourth frame that Wilson had a decent chance of winning there, if you think about it, because he was on the front foot in every single one of those frames that Trump has managed to win. And, of course, the one that he was the winner of as well. But I think Trump has overplayed for this one massively. I mean, he could have been playing for the lowest red into the right middle, to be fair. But I just feel like, even though it's possible... But surely that's just going to be down to the other red not going through, which is still very much on the cards there. But now, it's a massive shot here for Trump. But he is going to be knocking on the door of that potential 4-1 lead there. And now, he got a lot closer to him here, because after getting that red in, he's still going to be positioned on the black here. And, of course, he could always go for the pink if he wants to, but I feel like he's probably going to be a little bit worried about the angle that he has left himself on the black here, or the absence of it, I should say, from the standard camera TV angle. It just seems like he's very straight on it, which means, yeah, he's going to have to go for the green there, it would seem. So then, top side, plenty of power, trying to hold that cue ball, and he hold that one a little bit too much. I mean, maybe just tried to use the backspin instead, and, he brought the cue ball a little bit too far into the right there. He should have stayed all the way into the left lane, and he tried to move pretty much in the middle of the table there, which didn't work out. And now he's going to have to go for the same red but in a very different circumstances. But once again, this time around, Trump is able to recover there after playing a poor positional shot. He's able to play a brilliant shot there to get himself and onto the collar once again, although it's not the perfect positioning on the brown that he has. And a very low scoring frame there, by the way. Only 40 points scored. And now Trump is clearly going to be looking to try and get that cue ball in behind the blue there. And look at that, brilliantly taking that chance to be about as close to the blue as he could have been there. So in terms of scoring, it may have been a very dry frame in terms of that, but now I feel like Trump is going to be getting a couple of those points there on the board, because with only 3 reds available there for Wilson, I feel like it's genuinely going to be quite difficult for him to try and get that cue ball lined up to those reds without leaving the position to be too wide open. So then what's it going to come down to? And still seems like he is playing for the right side cushion first, then for the left side. So 2 cushion escape only. It's a lot riskier than playing it from underneath. And he's either played this one to absolute perfection, but he doesn't seem to feel that. And I have to say, I don't really feel like that either. I feel like he's left at least one of those 2 reds, which is why I was surprised that he was trying to play his shot with only 2 side cushions out there. But I suppose, you would have had to catch a very specific part of the red. Ooh, Trump missed that one. Off the red, if he was playing that one on 3 cushions and trying to use the black one cushion as well. But, I mean, Trump got away with this one now because he's missed the red, and despite playing that cue ball into the safe place, he's now managed to prevent Wilson from seeing pretty much any one of those reds, which is incredible. And where did that mistake from Trump come from? Because it seemed like everything was going according to plan for him. That's the whole reason why he's trying to get that cue ball in behind the blue. But now, Wilson certainly got the serious face on, and I think that's certainly the time where he's going to have to try and play that cue ball in behind the red. But the problem with this type of a shot, he basically needs to hit this one full ball and keep the cue ball to be at the lower end of the table. Otherwise, he's going to have 2 reds both available into the right corner there, past the ping to try and play. So then, 2 cushion escape and a massive shot there for Wilson, not just for the frame of the session, but also for the whole match there. If he goes 4-1 down. And, I'll tell you what, it was always going to be either try and get it on the very thin edge or try and get it full ball. And at the end stage, got that one very thin on the edge, and he's played that about as well as he could have. So a great shot there from Wilson. Now back to Trump it goes, and he's still going to have a shot at those reds into the right corner, but at the same time, it's not quite going to be as easy as it would have been. And Wilson played his previous shot a lot worse than he has. And you can see that's the consequence for Trump, not being able to go for that red. And all of a sudden, Wilson is right back in the frame to be the favourite here with 10 points of a lead. With how little scoring there has been in the frame already, and also, the positioning of the blue not being the kindest there to Trump. Wilson, of course, will need that if he's able to take 3 reds away, but Trump may still find himself in the position where, if he's going to be playing catch-up of, just taking those reds without colours, then he may still need that blue. You definitely won't need to transition on towards the pink here, though, which probably is going to be the thing which makes the most problems at the blue out there. But for now, we're going to get back to the safety battle, and we're going to get to that cue ball going around the yellow, and once again leaving a potential chance away for Wilson. But sorry, the mic just seems to be going off there every single time something happens, so let me know if it's going to be back on now. Apologies for that. And, that's the consequences of dropping the mic for you. But also, that's the consequences for Wilson. He just can't catch a break right now, and he's left Trump a chance whilst also giving him 4 foul points away. Now then, can Trump try and take this one away? this red away. No, he can't. Now then, the red is going to still be at the table, but Wilson is not going to be able to get himself lined up for this one. So it's all happening, but also now it's going to be another great opportunity here for Wilson. After having all that wait for a chance, he was actually the one to give the first chance away to Judd Trump, but now he's also going to be the player to try and come back into the action and now see himself to be getting through towards the pink and playing a careful shot on the remaining two reds there. It was a very bad shot there from Chomp, and it's now a very good chance for Karen Wilson, with Karen not doing a lot great here in this frame, still being to get stuck in there. You know, Chomp hasn't been clinical at all in this particular effort, and now 4-1 seems to be quite far away from Chomp, and Wilson seems to be a lot closer to just getting one frame away there of Judd Trump, and you know, the Tom and Jerry game seems like it is going to be Karen to be on top of this particular frame, but still needs two good shots here from the black on towards the red. Needs to get in behind of it. It will be very tight for him indeed. And it's not the worst effort. I thought he was going to catch the red, which would have been the end of a break 100% there for him, but he just about squeezed past it. Of course, the consequences of just squeezing past it is not going to be the cue ball, way too close to the red than it should have been. But still, Wilson able to take that red away. And as long as he's going to be on the brown here, or the green, which doesn't seem like that's the case, he may have to go for the yellow, which, I mean, makes it a little bit more of an issue, I have to say. Because even though, you know, Chomp is now going to be having to make a total clearance, but there's still going to be a chance here for Wilson to go for the yellow. But he's desperately looking to try and find a gap there to go for the brown, instead of having to go for the yellow here, which, I mean, he could always refuse out there if he doesn't fancy it too much. But we're going to have to find out with what Wilson's decision is going to be at this stage. So then, the brown to be taken in towards the ball cushion. So probably just trying to get the snooker in behind. No, he was just playing for the brown there. So no snooker attempt, just getting himself 26 points clear, which still puts Trump to be just about in the mix there, having 27 points at the table. Now, going for this yellow into the middle would allow Wilson to be playing for the green, take that one towards his own pocket and just carefully stun the cue ball. Make sure he hasn't missed the yellow into the backhand jaw, and it's exactly what he has done in a negative way. So he has missed the yellow into the backhand jaw. I don't know what happened there, because all he had to do was to make sure if he misses the yellow, he misses it into the front jaw and he puts it safe. He might have got away with this one at this stage of the frame though, because I think the yellow is certainly not going to be an easy cut for him to make, but I think Trump is going for it. 26 points behind, 27 at the table. The yellow's going to be in. The cue ball caught the black on the way down, and he's still going to be on the green there, you know. Even though it's far from an ideal positioning, but he's still on the green. The brown is there, the blue is out of position. The pink is very much on his spot there. So that blue towards the pink is going to be the biggest problem there for him. And Trump there just trying to see the way for him to make the green into his own pocket and still getting perfect position on the brown, because that's when the frame is going to be decided. And yeah, he decides that it's not really going to be worth the effort there. So he's just going to be playing a safety shot of the green. He's still in the battle for the frame. But for now, it's only going to be the break of 2 points there from Judd, which leaves him 24 behind, 25 at the table as it stands. So, still a great opportunity for him to try and get himself with a 3-1 lead there, or 4-1 lead I should say. But now Wilson might have to say something about that. He doesn't want the repeat of what happened with the yellow, but this time around he's going to have a really good double to be taken into the left middle. And in the end, that mistake, catching the black there from Trump on the way up the table there, and of course refusing to play the shot on the green, seems to have cost him the frame here. You know, there's still going to be a chance for him to get a couple of snookers, but I think that's not really going to be something that he's going to look for. With the brown now being over the corner, so he's now going to try and swerve the cue ball around to pot the brown, which he hasn't, so that's now going to be frame conceded, and it will be very much down to Karen Wilson to have taken that frame away from Judd Trump despite all the problems that he's experienced in that frame number 5. It's now going to be Karen Wilson 2, Judd Trump 3, And Wilson done exactly what he had to, no matter how he got there, but he got a very important frame on the board there after having such a big struggle in the previous 3 frames. It didn't seem like it all got resolved in that frame number 5, but the most important thing, as I say, is that he was still able to come out victorious, and now he will find himself in the position to try and get it back level in relation to what's happened in this frame, and in relation to what's going to happen in the next couple of frames to come as well. Still struggling to make a break of 50 plus there, Wilson, after the opening 5 frames have come. So yeah, still plenty of things to improve on, but once again, it probably just shows you that Wilson and Trump, I think they both can agree on that, are nowhere near the form that they've been showing in semi-finals and quarterfinals as well. But, you know, that means that we only have the standard to potentially go up there. You can see that's real support there. You can see on the stands there, when they're showing the replay of Trump putting some of those reds and colours. Fair play. Come on, Trump. Yeah, if you're going to be talking about someone in negative fashion, you will be banned with no chance to come back. So it's all going to be down to respecting between the 2 players, which they're going to have plenty of. So if you can't show that in chat, you'll be gone. You'll be gone faster than, you know, someone like the wildcard that was playing against Chris Wakelin in the first round match. 6-0, and a very quick win there for Chris. And we didn't really have too many of the whitewashes so far in the Shanghai Masters, which is understandable because it's first to 6. I think we had Xiao Xingtong against Neil Robertson. We had John Higgins against Judd Trump. We also had, obviously, the match that I mentioned of Chris Wakelin against Chinese wildcard. But I'm pretty sure that was probably the only 3 matches that we've seen like that. So that's probably going to be the way it is. And now then, it's all going to be down to a decent opportunity here for Wilson to get himself right back in the mix, make it 3 frames each, and be very much on the way of potentially still making it a score draw after the opening 10 frames, and make it to go all the way there after 10 frames to be played. It will be very much down to a decent opportunity for a 5-all draw to be on the horizon. For now, it will be all down to Judd Trump trying to make sure he gets that frame, gets an extra frame away there from Judd Trump, and from Kyle Wilson, I should say. And Wilson himself is going to be looking at the chance to try and get that gap down from 2 frames, and very much to it not existing once again, and make it all to separate the players with 6 frames having played at that stage. Now then, Wilson ready to get us underway for the 6th frame. Once again, very important frame, which probably majority of them are going to be very important frames for Wilson in the first session, as long as he finds himself behind, which he still does for the time being. But is that going to change after 6 frames? And now we're going to have the 3rd score draw after 0-0 and 1-1. And he will be all back down to, you know, race to 8 at that stage, with 3 frames for each of the players. Or is it going to be now Trump making sure that he'll give himself a chance at the end of, you know, the first session? If he's going to lose the remaining 4 frames at that stage, then he's still going to have a chance of trying to come back from 6-4 down in the 2nd session. But of course, even though we've seen that on numerous occasions there from Wilson, it will be all down to him potentially to, you know, try and do that again against Trump. But I felt like it's going to be a different story there, because Judd is probably not going to sit there waiting, like, which you probably can't criticise Xingtong for. You can certainly criticise Williams for it, and I think you can criticise Ronnie for it as well, because, you know, they were the players that had their opportunities late in the match. I'm not going to say in every single one of the frames, but they certainly did have their chances. Xingtong was unlucky because he genuinely went something like 3 frames without getting a chance away, but at the end stage, it's now going to be all the way down to Trump, potentially to get himself a couple of frames clear of Wilson, and make sure that if Wilson does find that form in himself, he's going to have to do that probably in the first session. Otherwise, it may prove to be a little bit too late if he's going to lose that very much until the evening here in Shanghai. So then just looking to see what can he try and make with the red, taking into the left corner. I mean, plenty of backspin on the cue ball, trying to drag that cue ball across the position of the black there. Couldn't quite make that one stick. So where's the cue ball going to finish, and where's the red that he missed going to finish as well? I mean, I think the red has just about got far enough from the ball cushion so that Wilson is going to consider going for that red into the yellow pocket. Whether he'll actually go for it or not remains to be seen, but seems to be very keen on it. And I think, you it's not necessarily the best safety shot in relation to the red choice, but it could have been a decent one. In the end, it was an attacking attempt there, and it didn't really work out there for Wilson. He has undercut that red, and now he's left the same red to be in an easier position than he was now available for Trump. So it just seems like for now, the long shots are not really being the best part of the game of either one of the players. And now we're going to get the chance away for Trump to try and see through this red and, play through it, with the cue getting a huge slice of a bounce off the ball cushion and try and get it towards the blue or the reds, with the pink and the black in between. And now, well, once again, another mistake there is going to come in from Trump. Let's see if this time around he has left the chance away to Wilson. I think he can get through past the green here over to this red, so it's exactly the chance that Wilson would have been hoping for, especially after the long red that he missed, leaving out an easier chance away for Trump than he was on the shot beforehand for him. And now, all of a sudden, with the red to be over the corner pocket, it's now a positional shot on the yellow. And even though Wilson is not going to have too many of those reds available to him, he's still got plenty of opportunities to try, get the yellow absolutely hammered into the right corner, now drag it towards the position onto the right corner of the table here with the red to be available out there as well. Now the 3 points is going to be the advantage. And now they're just looking for the red into the right corner here. I mean, if he just drags that one into the corner carefully, positions himself for the black for the left side of it, which is exactly what he's done, then he's just going to have a natural angle to try and drop that cue ball for the red. And then from the black, which is going to be not this one, but the next black that he plays, he should be able to try and send the cue ball away and into the pack of reds there. Is Trump getting edgy? I don't know about that. I just feel like he's probably getting frustrated with the way that he's playing there. Wilson's clearly getting frustrated with the way he's playing as well, but, he's going to have a very free chance there ahead of himself to try and, put this chance away there as he played the cue ball into the reds. Probably a shot too soon there for my liking, but he certainly seems to have worked out pretty nicely for him. If he gets this red in, didn't want to risk it in relation to playing for the black there, so decided to go for the middle to top side of the table there. Having a look at the blue now to see if that's going to be the shot that he wants to go for. Probably does, to be fair, because I feel like you don't really see those shots to be missed too frequently, but also, the green would have been the option, but, the brown is going to be getting in the way as the blue now indeed does disappear into the right corner. And of course, Wilson is absolutely going to be over the moon with getting the result here in relation to getting 3 frames after the 6 frames there, because I feel like both of the players probably would be happy with it, but I don't think you can say the same thing about Trump after he was 3-1 up, and, he clearly still didn't have Wilson to be playing too well in the previous frame. Again, it's all up to second session drama. Yeah, but the interesting thing about this one is that we're going to have to see 10 frames in the first session here, so it's an accident like no other in the sport of snooker, and this is the only match in the world right now that he's going to be playing to the 11 frames, and that's why you're going to have 10 frames in the first session and then 11 frames, up to 11 frames I should say, in the session number 2. So there's still going to be, after this frame, 4 more frames to play, so you could potentially see, A2 still to be available there for Trump if he wins all of those frames. Of course, it doesn't seem like it's going to happen, but at the same time, as Wilson there plays another great shot, getting a couple more reds into the open play, getting the blue slowly out of position there, but meeting it with a red, I think it's probably going to be a match there for him. So, plenty of the action on the black there to be played. And now, once again, trying to drag that cue ball towards the red, taken very carefully towards the left middle. And now playing this shot potentially with plenty of topspin. Or he can try and play this one with backspin if he wants to. Yeah, probably changed my mind last second there, looking at a different angle. But he decided to go for the topspin shot there, which was a little bit risky to me. He's made that work out really well for him in relation to the position of the colour. Not necessarily the position of the reds though, because I feel like he's managed to take 2 of them and bunch them into the other 2, which sort of messed up the position of all of them. So he's got 2 more at the other part of the table there, but those 7 reds in between the black and the pink just seem like they're not really in a great position there, which might just be an extra shot there having to be taking that cue ball in towards the bunch, or he's going to be able to prove me wrong. not for the first time. Well, that's interesting. I mean, whether he was playing for that red onto the left middle or not, he's now going to have to go for a second red. That was very handy for him because I think he was playing for that red, and maybe he thought the pink was going to be respotted onto its own spot there, but indeed he's gone onto the place of the blue. And now, I mean, the same thing is going to happen here as well, so he needs to be very, very careful with this one. Which red is he going to be playing for now then? Because the pink is going to come back onto the blue spot if he's going to be heading for the pink, which he will be. So then what's the alternative for him to try and get on that red into the middle? And it seems like there's no alternative, so he's just going to have to try and play this one for the red into the corner, which of course now the pink is not going to be getting in the way of that one, so he can't be at the two places of the table at the same time. So all of a sudden, it's now going to be the way for him to try and develop the pink spot, which I have to say, if all of this was planned, which I a little bit doubted because it's a brilliant idea to try and get that pink away from the pink spot on purpose and then try and clear the pink spot away so that you got more freedom on the reds and actually the pink itself. But, you know, whether it was planned or not, that's certainly the reality there. And also, another reality for Wilson, it's now he's managed to match his highest break in this match of 48 points that he's managed to achieve in the first frame. Now, it's all going to come down to the brown to try and make it a first 50 plus break for himself. And just carefully take the brown away, get that cue ball to be running towards the red. Doesn't want to be too close to the blue though. And, I mean, it would have done him nicely in relation to if the green wasn't in the way, the red would have been a lot simpler than it is right now. So 52 points of a lead. He doesn't want to make the same mistake of the previous frame though. So he needs to get the red in, which he has. Lovely little shot there. The pink should be now getting back to its usual surroundings. And therefore, he should be only 2 shots away there from making the frame ball as soon as the pink is going to disappear. Because all he needs to do, as it stands, is to get himself, you know, more than 59 points clear and get 2 more reds in, which, as I say, after the pink is going to be only 3 shots away from making. And, well, try to get into the bunch of reds, which was, I suppose, the calculated risk, because he was always going to have a red of some sort there available to him. And in the end, he could not have worked out any better for him. He's got all the reds available to him, apart from maybe the one on the right-hand side, which I'm not even sure he'll need that one for a century break, with how many points he was able to score so far. 6-4 for either will be welcome, especially Trump. I don't really know, to be fair, because I feel like Wilson now is going to be the favourite for me, because I feel like he's the one that he's finally managed to win a frame to 0. Sorry, not yet, but if he gets the pink in, he certainly should be able to do that on the frame ball on the red. And then he's going to be frame over. And at that stage, you just feel like, well, he's just won 2 frames in a row, which, you know, Trump has managed to win 3 frames in a bounce. But if you talk about those frames individually, then I think Wilson has managed to achieve, you know, better things in this frame if he just gets this red in, and then it'll be all over for him. Wow. That is a jinx and 2 quarters there. I mean, what was this from Wilson? That is absolutely outrageous. One of the easiest frame balls that he's going to miss. Well, I apologise, even though I don't really feel like it was mainly my fault, but it was a little bit. 66 points Wilson is clear. 67 at the table. That is incredible. Now, you've got the chance there, Trump. Oh, is he going to make this red in? He will, just about. Wilson was in their background watching. Well, I'll tell you what, that is absolutely unacceptable. He was, you know, after he was walking away from the table, he was showing that was a little bit of a twitch there. Well, let me retract my statement. I mean, I was just about to say Wilson was going to win the frame to 0. I didn't say if he pots the red, but I said that a little bit of a post factum there, which, you know, is not the best way of putting it. But at the same time now, it is going to be 58 points of a difference. 59 on the table. It is going to be an incredible long shot there for Trump in relation to the points. But in relation to the reds, it's all there for him. And all of a sudden, Trump can really try and turn this match into his favour, because well, that's not really the shot that will make him do that. Although, a little bit of that pace hold up there for the cue ball still allows him to be on the red, taken into the right part of the table here. So then just trying to take that red carefully into the corner and make sure he misses that front jaw with a millimetre or 2 to spare, which he has done. And now two straightforward reds, the position on the black, and I tell you what, 6-4 for Trump now is going to be very much on the horizon if he's able to get this ultimate steal on the board, and still he's going to find himself 6 frames down and 4-2 up there, despite probably being second best in 5 of those frames, which is an incredible thing to be saying there. But you know, even though Wilson was able to make the first break of 50 and 60 plus there for him in the entire frame, you know, he just needed one more red, and all of a sudden Trump would have needed 2 snookers. Well, he wasn't able to get that red, and that's the bottom line of it. Now, just trying to carefully get that cue ball across towards the left side cushion, and now he's going to get himself lined up for that last of the reds. So then the red, then the black once again has to be for him to have enough points to be able to clear up, and then he will be down to the 6 color clearance, only the green and the blue slightly to be away from their usual surroundings, as he now takes the red comfortably into the left corner and now positions himself perfectly well to try and go for a shot now onto the black and find himself positioning for the yellow. It's the perfect angle to try and accelerate the cue ball away from the left side cushion, play that with plenty of power, position himself on the right hand side of the yellow and take that one to go all the way, probably around the green here, as he has underrun for the yellow. Suddenly, it was not difficult to miss for Wilson, but missed it. Well, yeah, I mean, what a miss that was. Not for the first time. Remember the 2 blacks? Remember the red on the side cushion? And now, you can very much add a frame ball red to that equation as well, as Trump there deals nicely with the yellow, gets around onto the green, and now positions himself for a 5 color clearance on top of the 42 points that he was able to score. And for the first time, we're going to see potentially now, as soon as the brown and blue will disappear, certainly he will be down to both of the players making a break of 50 plus in a single frame there. But this time around, it seems like even the break of 66 points may prove to be not quite enough there. Although Trump there with a bit of wobble, you know, the brown wasn't comfortable to be going into the pocket, and now he's wrong side of a blue. I mean, he could be very straight on the blue here, but still, you know, having the pocket in the way does not really help getting that position on the pink. And well, he's trying to just use all the side spin that he had, and to be fair, I tell you what, you have to give him credit for that. Out of no angle, he's managed to find a perfect positional shot on the pink here. So then, pink will take him to 60 points with 66 to play, and he will be down to the black for a 67 points total clearance. And Judge Trump is going to be able to come back from the dead in the 6th frame to try and make it down to the frame ball. You know, Kyron Wilson had his own frame ball of the reds into the opposite corner of the table to be taken on, but this time around, there is not going to be a mistake. Judge Trump does get the black in, and he does get 67 points to 66 of a frame win, and now he does really put him in charge and in control of the next couple of frames in relation to what has he got ahead of himself in terms of the target. And I'll tell you what he certainly will have his eyes on. He's certainly going to try and prove that he's going to be the man to have that handicap ahead of the evening session. A couple of frames clear at least there, you would feel, is going to be the target for him, because I feel like he wouldn't really settle for going for a 5-all draw. But at this stage, Kyron Wilson will probably absolutely settle for a 5-all draw. I mean, look at this. Yes, he had to breach over the red, but at the same time, it was still very much down to an easy red for the frame ball. One of the easiest frame balls that we would have seen in the entire match there. Didn't really help him on this occasion. And now it will be all down to a decent chance for Wilson that he has wasted. And therefore, he will be all down to Judge Trump to try and get away from this one. And at the same time, just looking to try and maintain that lead of 2 frames. I think if he does that until the end of the match, he's going to be absolutely fine. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. Plenty of frames, plenty of action still to be played until that point. But for the time being, it's now going to be, once again, a rack of the reds. And the pink and the black are about to follow them as well. It is now going to be frame number 7. So we're going to have 4 more frames of the action of the first session until we get ourselves to a break of probably around 2 hours or so at that stage. Will that be a killer blow for Wilson? Next frame will tell. Cool Trump, he got rid of the cushion red real fast. Yeah, I felt like that one was, you know, probably the only problem, but I feel like it was also a little bit too close to the pocket. And, the thing about being 66 points down is that you can't even think about missing something and, going for all the easier hits first. You just have to treat it as one chance that you're going to get, which came out completely out of nowhere, but still, he got that chance and he knew, in his mind, he had to try and go for that red straight away so that he was going to have an easier position later on in the frame. So that's the way it was for him. But I also think you have to give him praise for keeping it cool. And now, as you can see, he's made 3 breaks of 60 plus. And Wilson only having one of those in the previous frame, but didn't really help him to get that overall target on the board of winning a frame and getting himself back level with Trump. But still, this is why it was so important for him to try and win that 5th frame, because even though he now finds himself to be a little bit of the underdog, it would have been under real pressure if he wasn't able to win that frame number 5 away, and still would have lost frame number 6 for good measure as well. Now then, it's a good break-off shot there from Trump. Wilson is going to be looking at the reds, probably from the left-hand side, just to try and have a little touch of it, which he wasn't really successful with. 4 points to be given away to Trump right now. Don't think anyone in the venue saw this frame for Trump, including Trump himself. Well, maybe. But you felt like maybe Wilson would have seen that. And he will be down to Wilson to be left from the previous position to try and play the shot again. Trump clearly thought about trying to retake the position for himself, but it's not going to happen. And he'll be back down for Karen Wilson here to try and see that edge of the red to be taken into the left corner. So then, all down to the positioning of the white. As you can see, the marker there is suggesting to the referee on where the cue ball should be. Just now asking with the Wilson and Trump, and Wilson doesn't seem like he's going to be happy with this one. So then still saying that I think I agree with him. I think you could see a lot more of the red, because I don't think you can see any of it. So still saying that it's not quite going to be what he's looking for. And, probably the first time we've seen a smile there. And so then let's have a little interaction there between Trump and Wilson. And I think Trump is clearly going to be like whatever Karen says. So then, yes, Trump's seeing the funny side of it too. Now, Karen Wilson saying that a little bit too much, so a little bit backwards there. So a little bit backwards there. So Wilson there just making sure that, his game is... And he was just having a little bit of fun there with the referee after the ref managed to get their cue ball exactly where he was. Kind of then was saying much more. And then, of course, was saying that he was only joking about it. Now then, back to the serious stuff. And, well, I'll tell you what, I'm not sure he's going to be... Well, he is still smiling about it, but I'm not sure how much of it was going to be down to the smile. And let's see now, because it's probably going to be another respot of the cue ball. And now it's going to be a lot more serious than he was on the previous 2 occasions. Trump gets another 4 points of the foul shot, and now Wilson has to hit a red, because I'm pretty sure he can see... Well, can he see that one full ball? I think he can. I think the whole reason why, he's playing this one on the left side is that if he hits that one full ball, he gives away a chance. So let's see if there is going to be a warning from the referee. I mean, he might actually be able to get away with this one. So Wilson's still saying that he's going to go back away from the yellow spot there, so towards the left side cushion. He's now going to be once again the player to try and, hit the red on the 3rd time of asking. I'm still looking forward to seeing if, referee's not going to warn him here. So then clearly he can't see the full contact point of the red, so he's not going to have to worry about this one too much. So I suppose in that way, he could be taking this one a little bit lightly, but still, on the 3rd time of asking, he played that shot about as well as he could have, playing a little bit to the crowd as well, giving him the round of applause. And I'll tell you what, whatever you think about what happened in the previous frame, he still certainly hasn't lost his sense of humour, and he's still looking to be in a very good mood there, Wilson, as he now leaves the chance for Trump to be the man putting that cue ball in behind of the ball colours and trying to force Karen Wilson into a little bit of pressure shot once again out there. Whether it will be the case here or not, we're going to have to find out very, very shortly. But for now, it still seems like he's got full control here of the position of the trump. But also, he's just now going to be working around, trying to get more and more of those reds into the open play, whilst, of course, you know, keeping himself to be lined up with a very good chance of being the first player to actually have the chance of potting in either one of those reds, because even though he's going to be lucky and pretty happy with the way that the previous frame has sort of come to him with a chance, of course he's still going to be very greedy, and he's going to be looking for at least another frame there to win before the end of the session. Realistically, I think he's going to be looking for 2 more frames to win, and then everybody can be content with it. I think Wilson, you know, he's obviously going to be disappointed with his chances, but I think 6-4 probably, for now, as it stands, will represent nicely the scoreline of what happened. But of course, we've still got 4 more frames, including this one, before the end of the session. And at that stage, only time will tell how close we are going to get towards getting all of them in. But of course, let's see. I mean, we are now 2 hours 38 since the match has got underway here. So I'm not sure if we're going to get all 10 frames in. We should, according to the schedule, but they might have to settle for just 9 frames because of it just not being, you know, an even load there. And the break in between those sessions may just be a little bit too short there if we're going to just keep on playing until those 10 frames are all going to be over. So then, Karen Wilson is now going to be looking at a potential chance once again to try and get that cue ball away from the reds and on towards the ball cushion. So then he doesn't have a touching ball, but he certainly seems like he's got the line. Yeah, but I feel like he's not really going to be playing this one all the way. Wow, he's tried to go for the red into the corner. That is a brilliant shot for him, but where did that come from? And what a mistake that was from Trump to be leaving that one available for Karen Wilson. Well, now that's going to blow the frame wide open there, because just as, you know, he could have thought that it's now going to be all down to a long safety battle to try and get the Reds in a better condition than what they are now. Well, all of a sudden Wilson thinks against it and clearly felt like that red was potable. It was. Now he's on the wrong side of a blue, but still plenty of the angle to try and get it back down the table. Nearly fluked that one into the green pocket, but either way, got in the way of the brown. But yeah, just a single point there that he scores. Seen somewhere someone suggested overhead camera, laser guided light to do a respot accurately. Yeah, once again, they haven't really shown. I don't think they've got, I've just realised that. I don't really think they've got another angle here that they show. No, sorry, they do. It's just that they do that very rarely here in Shanghai. You know, I thought it was just the main camera, but they do sometimes switch when it's a cushion shot or something going on at the top of the table. But yeah, I mean, I do wonder what's going at the top of Karen Wilson's head there, because he can't afford to lose his frame. 5-2 down against Trump in the final is a horrible place to be, because when you think about all the finals that Trump has lost last season, he was always dominated or very close to in the first session. He was never ahead in the first session, apart from that match with Lisowski, which was one in the season, I would say, because I don't think either one of the players got further than a single frame away of each other, which is incredible. But I don't think there was any point, maybe once, where there was 7-5 of a gap or something. And yeah, that match went the distance, no surprise. The match against Selby, the champion of champions in the UK, he struggled massively in the first session. I think there was one where he managed to keep on quite nicely there with Selby, but in the other one he got, you know, stuck in a 5-0 deficit. So he certainly wasn't playing that one too well. And then, of course, Murphy dominated the second session. And then against Yaosington, he was absolutely outplayed in the second session as well. So, you know, if he gets himself through to, you know, at least 5 frames on the line, then he's still going to have a decent chance of being the man leading at the mid-session break. But he's not going to be able to do that if he doesn't pot the green. And he nearly fluked the green, just like it was with the blue for Karen Wilson, where he tried to make that one into the left middle. He nearly fluked it into the green pocket. Now the green has done exactly the same thing there, where he nearly potted it into the green pocket, and then it's gone all the way to be so close to be dropping into the right middle as well. So then Wilson now, with a chance of his own, playing a red wonderfully well, into the left corner. I'll tell you what, I'm now going to be joining on Team Wilson for now because I do want this to be a little bit closer. I just want to see another Players' Championship there. Whether it's going to be Chomp or Wilson that wins, it doesn't matter. But I feel like on this occasion, for how well both of them have been playing before this match up to the final, I feel like, you do deserve a little bit like 11-7 or 11-8 in any one of them's favour. And for now, it just seems like Kyron needs to get a little bit closer there to Judd. And he's going to be able to do that if he plays a shot like this. Brilliant there for him to get another red into the open play. Although, he might have to put that red on hold for now. And the question is, can he actually do that? Well, does the black go into the corner? I mean, it could all come down to, a brilliant shot that he's played on the red. But, I mean, I'm not sure if the black goes into the left corner. Because if it does, it changes the perspective slightly. But I still feel like, going for the red basically into the green pocket is my thinking here. But of course, it depends on what Wilson can actually see there. And I think the red second closest to the cue ball, the one that he can cut into the right corner, is still going to be available to him. Once again, it's a very key red to try and get out of the way as soon as you can. But, well, to say that it's tight is not to say anything. But he's played that shot really well, using the back end jaw of the pocket really, really well, because the front jaw would have been covered up by another red, so he had to play that one either into the center or the back end part of the pocket, and he's trying to leave himself a little bit of a margin. Now playing for the yellow, so not getting the maximum number of points on this current break, but not that it matters to him. Just need to try and stay on those reds, and once again, a great shot that he's played of 2 cushions, make that 3 at the end as he just bounces off the black ball cushion as well for good measure. He's now going to have a decent chance to go for the red into the right corner. And top side of it, once again, to try and get himself lined up for the green. Lined up on the left middle here. So the 8 points is the difference in between himself and Trump as it stands. So then if he takes the green away, of course he loses that a very helpful colour, which would have been replacing the blue for now. Now needs a big bounce off the cue ball and wrong direction. He may still be alright to go for this red, even though it completely messed up the positional play. It may not all be over for him just yet. Let's see if he goes for the red now into the middle, which you probably will. He has to at this stage of a frame. Get that cue ball properly behind the black as well, so that he doesn't leave anything available. And just about, I mean, he played that with 5% more power, and the red would have jumped out of the pocket. He wobbled in the front jaw. Yeah, he wobbled, in the back end jaw. Then he wobbled in the front jaw and just about dropped after that as well. So then a very important shot there for Wilson. The one that he probably deserves after playing some brilliant shots there in the meantime. Now getting the black with it as well. And now all of a sudden, the position is really going to shape up for him nicely. 3 points is the gap in his favour. 4 reds that are going to, should be easily placed for him. We have seen the frame ball not to be taken in the previous frame though, so don't take anything for granted. But once again, apart from that frame ball, it's all been really good for Kyron quite recently. And it's just the problem is, he can say it's been quite good, but the bottom line is he wasn't good at all because of the result. And of course, in the final, it doesn't matter how and what you do, as long as you do it within, sport rules. But of course, it's all down to just trying to win it and make sure that you're going to be the winner of, in this situation, of this particular frame there for Wilson, because he's still now looking for an extension on the red. So I just feel like he's not really getting that pace to be as fluent and as brilliant as he could have been there for Kyron, but certainly getting himself in with a great chance of now trying to stay within the close distance there of Judd Trump, making sure that he's got the line of the black there to be taken into the left corner, playing the shot with plenty of topspin, just try and get that cue ball away from the black and get it probably placed on the right hand side of those reds. Because if he does that, he's going to get himself a nicer angle to just play through the shot on the black and make sure he doesn't have to worry about anything when he comes back down to the red taken into the left corner. So then the pink is now going to be onto the blue ball spot, which is going to be down to 1 more red being placed perfectly onto the pink spot out there. So he's going to try and use that pink, Wilson, before probably removing the red, which I just mentioned is going to be the reason why pink is right now going to be replacing the blue out there. So I think he's got too much of the angle to just try and drop the cue ball for the red. So he needs to try and play this one with a little bit of extra pace there, and just dropping that cue ball to be perfectly straight on the red, so that he can play through the shot with topspin, get himself lined up for the shot on the red, after taking the black away. Although he has got a little bit of angle to try and take the cue ball away for the pink if he wants to, which he clearly did. So the pink is now going to return to its usual spot there. And Wilson is going to be looking at 26 points of the gap to be extended to 32 at this stage. And still looking to try and make that pink in towards the left middle. Playing that shot with plenty of power again. And, well, even though he only caught one of those reds, I still think it's going to be more than good enough for him to try and separate the reds away from each other. You know, he got one of the reds to go to the top edge of the table. Got one more, which he's going to be aiming for into the right corner. If he pots both of them with reasonable colours, the fourth shot of this mini break is going to be all down to a frame ball once again, which he hasn't got a great history with. But I think an improvement in the match play is that we are seeing breaks of 50 plus to come in pretty much every single time there. With, you know, in each of those frames ever since the intermission, where before that it was very much down to a luxury of only break of 73 points there from Chomp. Wilson there seemed a little bit worried about overrunning for the red, but I think he's played that absolutely superb and spot on in relation to the cue ball and his placement. So then, top side of a red, just making sure he gets himself on the pink, and hopefully nothing heroic on that particular occasion. He's now 41 points clear, so the pink will taking 47 points clear, whilst having only 43 at the table. So then, the pink for the frame, and he's not going to repeat the same mistake as he was in the previous frame out there. And he also managed to get, you know, a couple of the reds to be spread out away from each other. Whether he's going to be able to pot one or not remains to be seen, but I think he's given himself an option of that. Well, just trying to potentially avoid a push shot and just dump it in towards the right corner, which he has done. It's a great shot there from Kyron, showcasing the ability of his own. Previous error forgotten. Yeah, you can see that. And I think you probably could see that with his reaction, where, you know, it doesn't really come across as a person which is going to be thinking about it for the whole day. But you could see when he gave those 8 points away to Chomp at the start of the frame, you know, you could take that as a bit of a, you know, he's not taking this one seriously. Or maybe he's actually taking it as seriously as he has to, and trying to just stay calm out there. Chomp is going to come back to the table, which is a little bit surprising here. 48 points behind, 63 points of a break, as Wilson makes a mistake on the green. So then he's going to have 48 points of a gap there, and Chomp straight away trying to get in behind the round. I'll tell you what, it's a brilliant effort that. You know, and the free ball is still going to be in place here, but even with the free ball, you know, unless the cue ball is going to clatter in towards the black there, it's going to have to take more than just one snooker for Chomp to get himself right back in the mix there of having enough points at the table to try and clear and make a total clearance here. So for now, it still seems to be a massive long shot. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's a tactic here, with Chomp clearly realizing that he has been the second best player for 2 or 3 of the previous frames. And just because he's managed to make that brilliant break of 67 points is, of course, some of it is down to him. But on the other hand, you also have to give you know, a lot of slack to Wilson in relation to how badly he's played that frame ball to him. And yeah, could have easily been 4-3 ahead, but I think he'll take being 4-3 behind right now, as Chomp still looking to try and place that cue ball in behind the pink and the black here. You know, after Wilson was able to get out of the previous 2 snooker situations, nothing too dramatic or serious. And he wasn't really too far away from making a very comfortable hit with both of those shots. And now it will be all down to Kyron Wilson potting the red. And that's going to be the only shot that he needs here after Chomp's, well, probably mistake, but not necessarily the accurate shot that he's played. It is now going to be all down to, once again, just one frame in between the players. And you can see, even though Wilson is the guy that finds himself behind by a frame, he is still having plenty more ball spotted there, and I assume he's going to have plenty more total points as well to his name. Although, of course, you know, Chomp is going to have more 50 plus breaks, But I still think that's going to be something for Wilson to try and improve on in the next couple of frames, because he's done that in the last frame or two with a break of 66 and 63 right now. So we're going to have to wait and see if that's going to be down to a little bit of form, or is he just trying to feel a little bit of pressure in the previous couple of frames and now being able to put that behind him, might just actually untie his hands and make sure that he's now got a very clear track ahead of him to try and race away towards a potential for a 5-4 gap for himself, until we actually find out if he will be down to 9 or 10 frames to be played. We could also see this one as, I think, being the last frame potentially, because I think you need to get 2 hours in between the this and next frame. Of course, it will be all down to the chance for the other stuff to be played out there. Though the OBS seems to be playing up a little bit, so hopefully that's now going to be all sorted out. So then back down to the action here, and it is going to be Judd Trump up against Conor Wilson. The frame number 8, which has got plenty of action there, not so much plenty of high scoring chances there for both of the players, but as you can see, Judd Trump has had 3 of those 50 plus breaks, and Conor Wilson has managed to make 2 in the recent couple of frames, as he's now looking to try and get himself right back in the mix there. Despite scoring 21 more points in the previous 7 frames, he's now going to be still trailing by 3 frames to 4, and Trump is going to have at least 1 more frame of him leading before eventually seeing what's going to happen at the end of the first session. As now then both players come back pretty much simultaneously, and now it will be Conor Wilson's break-off shot, so let's see what's going to happen here then. So then frame 8, and still going to have at least 1 more frame to play after this one. So I suggest that we're going to get at least a 9 out of the scheduled 10. So let's see if we are going to be bang on schedule to try and make all 10 of those to be squeezed in, or, the organisers and, the WPBSA are going to have to make a decision that this play is going to have to be suspended after the, the usual 9 frames as it was after the semi-finals, but due to the very specific format of having to play this match into first to 11 frames, I think it's going to be very much down to that reason why you're going to have 10 frames to be scheduled to be played in a single session there, which of course is something that doesn't seem to happen unless you talk about a very late tournament stage at the Crucible. So then looking at a potential chance here for Wilson to try and get the cue ball away from those Reds. Doesn't want it to be anywhere near the pocket and the jaws of the pocket as well. And he didn't play that shot well enough. Well, I mean, he didn't play that shot well enough, but has he managed to get away with that because of not having any Reds available and into the open play there? Trump had a split-second look there at the Red that he could have potentially taken into the corner, but decided that, sending the cue ball into the middle of nowhere with the Reds was not really going to be something that he's going to be looking forward to. And now back down to a chance with the cue ball to be playing a shot from those Reds and just trying to get that white away from the Reds, playing it towards the ball cushion, and therefore just trying to make sure he doesn't put any one of those Reds over the right corner, and that's exactly what he's done. So now knees cover on the green, and he's not going to get it. So Trump then, for the first time in a while, I would say, is going to be the player to get the first opportunity here in the frame. Let's see how well he's going to be able to use this one. Because once again, the whole strategy and I think the whole success of Trump in the match against Moiza was all down to, once he got himself 2 frames clear, he never allowed him to get even tied on frames there, because he had 6-5, 6-4, 5-3, 4-2, but he never seemed like he was 4-all, 5-all, or 6-all, and at some stage in the second session he was just able to run away with it at the end, as he now puts a really good shot on the red there into the right corner, and straight away gets down to hit the black and puts that one into the left corner respectively. So they're looking at the red into the left corner here. So, I mean, he has got a handful of those reds available, and the good news for Trump is that the position does probably look in a shape where he can just try and start to give a little nudges here and there once you run out of reds, which is not going to happen at this stage of a frame just yet. He's going to have to take some free points for now before he's going to have to take some of the risks and getting that cue ball to be covering a lot more mileage in relation to getting stuck in between those reds, but also potentially trying to get himself onto the blue on purpose of trying to separate the reds away from each other. For now, Trump is going to have to settle for a bit of a bad positional shot on the black here. It shouldn't be too dramatic, especially since he can just play the shot with topspin and, take that cube onto the side cushion, having that red lines up into the right corner as well. Or he's going to have to try and take this one straight into the bunch of reds. And once again, don't really want to say that we had plenty of problems there with Trump or Wilson to be experiencing with those type of shots. And once again, this time, it's not going to be an exclusion. And I'll tell you what, something that you can certainly start to think about is that the position doesn't seem bad at all for a potential effort there for a 147 here, And we've seen Karen Wilson to go for one of those in his match against Zhao, where even Zhao was smiling about it. But, of course, it's still very early doors. But if you talk about the reds and the way they are positioned, there's only one red onto the cushion. It's on the blackmail cushion as well, which doesn't make that transition on towards the black too difficult. So, could be going for a 147. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So, needs to be cautious, of course, of not going for it too early and still being very much aware of where he is in relation to winning the frame, because if he's done that in the previous frame, no problem. But now, you feel like one frame, and this could be turned around in his head, but I feel like he's overrun for it, so I don't think the 147 is going to be on his mind for more than 5 seconds now. I think unless he's got some sort of red, which we can't see, I think he's going to have to play for the blue. Otherwise, he will be riskier because, he's on the run for the red, so he can try and go for the black, but he was going to be making it way too risky for himself. No, out of position exactly. So 41 points here for Judd Trump, and now looking to just try and keep on scoring some points there. Once again, now on the verge of making another break of 50 plus. So after not seeing any of them to be made in the first 3.5 frames, then all of a sudden now we're about to see one here to be made in, the 5th frame in a row or something, because now we've seen the 4th frame in a row, I should say. So then looking at the black to be taken into the right corner once again. That will be the shot which will take him over 50 points clear here on Wilson. And could still try and stay on the black here for a while. Not for the 147 reason now, but ultimately down to the point scoring opportunity. Although I feel like as soon as he ran himself out of easy reds to play, it seemed like he's starting to experience a couple of issues here, running himself out of position there slightly again. And now, just having a look at the red to be taken into the corner. If he plays that cue ball with plenty of power, he's still going to have a chance of getting that cue ball to be accelerated away and on towards the pink here. Once again, it's interesting to see, fans in Shanghai allowed to be taking their pictures whilst the play is going on there. Something that you wouldn't really see in Sheffield or the Crucible. But I suppose it is going to be behind of Trump. But now, 55 points is the lead. But ultimately, Trump is now running himself out of position. As I said, as soon as he got all the easy reds in, it just seems like he got himself out of shape with one of the shots. And now, all out in trouble. Still edgy, either overhit or underhit. Yeah, I agree with that. Just out of position quite constantly there and wasn't able to recover. Ever since he got out of position on that red, because that wasn't the red that he was playing. He just got too far away with the cue ball and, had to take it with the blue. The blue wasn't perfect for him either. It just seemed like it was all adding up to him. And now, yes, he's 55 points clear, which is quite a nice gap there for him to have. But he should have realistically been a frame over by this stage because he only needed 2 more reds and 2 more colours. And then he would have been over the finish line. So lacking 4 shots there. And now, just thinking about how not to give too many foul shots away there. Foul points, I should say. But foul shots too. So then calling the yellow, I would imagine, but missing out on the contact, and it's not going to have enough power to reach it on the way back. So it should be 4 points over to Karen Wilson. So then 55 points of a break for Judd Trump, and now 4 points to be given away over to Karen now, as he gets himself a chance to be right back in the mix here, as I say, for this encounter. But ultimately looking very interesting there from Trump's point of view in relation to what can he do to try and make this frame to be a little bit better for him. So then looking at the situation with all the reds and stuff, well, I think you're probably going to have to call it for the yellow again, because there's no reason to be sort of switching in between the shots that you want to go for. As you can see, plenty of foul points conceded already, but there's not going to be any more on this particular occasion, as Trump gets a good contact point on the yellow. And ultimately, I think the 4 dangerous reds that Wilson could have been going for, yes, you can see all of them, apart from maybe one of them, but they're all 4 of them are going to be getting in the way of each other. So he's going to have to try and work on the condition of the reds around him. And yeah, still trying to get one of those reds through to a gap, but I think it was a lot more down to trying to free up a lot more of those reds, rather than trying to pop that red away into the right corner. So then, Trump with an opportunity here to go for the red into the left side and play that one away on towards the pink. A very thin shot that he's played, but I think that's going to be exactly the way that he's planned here. Because once again, tight line on the exit, and Wilson doesn't have a lot of options here apart from just trying to hit a very thin shot on the edge. He has had a quick look to see if one of those reds does go into the corner, so that's going to be a potential line that he's taking. He can afford to be doing that with the cue ball. So let's see just how close is he going to get there. Not too far away, but in the end, the red is not going to be getting too close to the jaws either. But it's another great shot there. This time around, it's a great shot from Wilson that will put Trump on the back foot here again. And ultimately does ask some questions there of Judd. So let's see if he's going to be able to try and put those reds away from the cue ball and just carefully place the white into a position where, you know, he's going to have the green and a couple of other colours to be separating the cue ball, but also a couple of the other reds as well. So then, 51 points is the lead, 83 at the table. He's still going to be very much down to advantage Trump, but at this stage, you must not underestimate what Wilson is going to be capable of, and also the way that he's going to try and approach the next couple of shots there is going to be very key to him as well. So then just looking for the red to be taken into the right corner, and now he didn't get too far away from the pocket, but this time around, because of him trying to still go for that attacking shot in the right corner, he will all be down to a red taken into the right-hand side of it. And now, I mean, is there going to be a potential way of going for the red into the corner here? Not really, but he can try and exploit the one into the left part of the table instead, as long as he can try and find the gap which will squeeze that cue ball past the other red. And he still went for it, but I feel like, you know, him overcutting that red was always going to be a problem, because I simply don't think there was an angle for the cue ball to get past the other red whilst, you know, not overcutting that one. So if he cuts that one in perfectly into the pocket, then what I'm basically saying is that the cue ball was always going to have some sort of compromise on it, either positional or just not having enough of the angle to aim at the pot success. And Wilson there, clearly feeling that he's got nothing to lose at this particular stage of a frame, and he won't have anything to lose now, because now 51 points of a gap from Trump. He's about to be increased a little bit further there. You know, missed that red by a little bit, but because of the power that he's played and he's put in behind that shot, then, you know, he's caused a little bit of chaos on the table. And yeah, it wasn't really any part of the controlled chaos out there. The black is now going to be over the pocket, which makes the positional shot for the colour a lot easier for Trump. And even though he's probably not going to be on the black now, he's still going to be perfectly lined up for the green, blue, or I still think he may be able to get through to the black now. Although he thinks against it at this stage, which, I mean, he could have helped him, because now, of course, he's now on the wrong side of a blue here. So trying to push that cue ball away to the top edge of the table, trying to take the white all around it now, and basically going to be clattering into the pink there, it would seem, but gets a little bit of a fortunate kiss. But I still think that was very much down to the plan and exactly what he was trying to achieve. Been playing for 3 hours, heavy hands and tired brains coming to effect. Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, this is why I think that the next frame should be the last one. I don't think there's any point of dragging this one all the way to 10 frames. I think, I mean, I'm not necessarily going to agree that this frame should have been where it all ends, because then you're going to have at least 7 frames of the action there, and realistically you're going to have a lot more. So I think 9 frames, and then, you know, you do put yourself in that position where you have to play 12 frames into the second session. But I still think the gap is going to be very important for the players, and also, you know, there is no guarantee that the match is going to go the distance. Whereas, of course, there is a guarantee that you're going to have to play the opening 10 frames away, and that's why I think you shouldn't really just crowd them all up right next to each other, because it may actually be a precaution that you're taking. It may never have to actually come into place there, but for now, a precaution that Trump doesn't have to worry about is the frame ball that he's just taken, and it now puts him 66 points clear with 59 on the table. Another break of 50 plus there for Trump, doing the work at the early stage of that frame, and now finally being the player that was able to get the first chance in the frame. Certainly seems like that worked out nicely for him, and now 73 points to 4 of Karen Wilson, and still looking for the red to be taken into the left corner. Nearly took 2 for the price of 1, but by doing that, he has compromised himself on the next colour that he's about to take. So then probably for the blue, as he's trying to aim in towards the yellow pocket. A little bit of exhibition style. Didn't really get a lot of accuracy on that one. And as long as the cue ball is not going to be dropped in towards the pocket, it will surely be frame conceded there from Wilson. There's not going to be any point trying to battle his way, with 70 points being the gap and 51 being at the table. So then, once again, Trump has been able to maintain that 2-frame cushion every single time since he went 3-1 up there, and now it's going to be another instance of that being the case. So it is Trump 5, Karen Wilson 3, 8 frames in, and now we're about to find out how many more of those frames of action we're actually going to see to ourselves, because for now, it still seems like there will be a lot more of snooker to be played before the evening session, which could be down to 2 frames, or could be down to just 1 more frame to be played. Gonna have to find out very, very soon. For now, though, it is still Trump that has got a lot of control in this match, as he now is guaranteed not to be losing coming into that second session, which, you know, you'll certainly take after what happens in the previous couple of finals that he has had to play in the last couple of seasons. So then, all down to this one now for Trump to show why he is the world number 1 and why he's still going to be considered as one of the best players out there. So is he going to be able to try and achieve the result that he's looking for or not? Remains to be seen, but I think he ultimately will be coming to the playoff just trying to get another frame here from both of the players' point of view, because if Wilson goes into the intermission of a couple of hours there, and he's going to find himself being 7-3 down, well, you feel like, well, he's not really got a great chance of coming back there, even though it is going to be first to 11 rather than first to 10. But ultimately, I still would expect the referee to say this is going to be the last frame of the session, because even though we were scheduled to go for 10, I think we're simply going to run out of time there. It's now been 3 hours and 10 minutes since the match has started. The average break of 38.9 for Wilson, 42.4 for Judd Trump, 110 balls spotted for Karen, 116 balls spotted for Judd Trump there, but he's managed to win 2 more frames there than Karen Wilson. Foul points, plenty of those to be given away, 33 in total, 14 for Trump that he's given away, 19 for Wilson, and let's see then if it's going to be the final frame. So it will be frame 9, so they still think they can get to frame 10 without having too much of a delay there. I mean, I think that was helped on by the fact the previous frame being a very, very quick one, but I'm a little bit surprised they've done that, because even though I understand the reason why it's being done, then, you know, there's a lot more scenarios where you're going to have to be decreasing the performance out of the players there by trying to maximize the frames justification in relation to the way they're going to be spread out across 2 sessions. But the only justification that you can give to this one is if there's going to be a decider to be played. So we're going to have to find out if that's going to be the case there. For now, certainly going to have the battle in our hands as Wilson, he's going to be playing his first shot after that break off there from Trump. So then just a very careful shot there for the cue ball to be sent towards the yellow pocket there. One of the reds to be quite close towards the right side cushion as well there for Karen Wilson to try and exploit if he can get through to it. If he can't, he's going to have to make sure when he gets the cue ball to the top edge of the table, he's not going to show that red to Judd Trump. Seems like he's going to be the player trying to exploit that one, even though he was on the bounce. Couldn't really control the reds too much, but played that shot really well on the cue ball's perspective. And now back down to Trump out there, and still getting a decent opportunity here to try and play the reds away into one another. as we get this frame number 9 underway properly. And I think also it's going to be a massive factor to see on which one of the players is actually going to be the one trying to make progress with a position, rather than just trying to keep it steady and make sure that he will be all down to a couple of those reds to be played into one another out there. So then Wilson going for a bit of an amateur technique and just trying to roll that cue ball in towards the reds, which he clearly felt like that was the only thing that he could have done to avoid taking unnecessary risks there, which, you know, he's more than entitled to be doing. I think Trump now is going to try and get the pink away from those reds, which he has done. You know, the black is not necessarily in the worst, but not necessarily in the best position as well. As we now get Kyron to come back to the table and probably playing the red closer to the pink now, and therefore having some contact with those reds to be made. Needs to be careful he doesn't make the same mistake as he was in the previous frame, where he left the red over the corner. But now he doesn't make a mistake. He makes a brilliant shot there. And I still think there could be a way out of this one for Trump, because I think the gap for the cue ball in between the yellow and brown is significant enough there for him to potentially see one of those plants. And even though that will require a lot of accuracy, he may actually be able to get through to the red closest to the black there on the left-hand side of it, which he has. And he got that one quite thick, which shows that he could see enough of it there. But when I say quite thick, in relation to how thin the previous shots were played, in relation to the way that he got the cue ball to be very, very safe indeed. He probably could not have played that shot any better in terms of the distribution for that pass with the red that he was attempting to try and pot there. So then the red taken towards the left corner, and a very interesting line there for the white, trying to get around the green, but a little bit of fade at the end there, just leaving Trump in a lot of trouble. And, well, Judd would not have enjoyed that one. Wilson will certainly take any help that he can receive at this stage of a match where, I mean, even though he's still very much in the hunt there, he could easily find himself in a position where he does begin to struggle if he loses another one of those frames. So then, Trump is going to see if he can get through to those reds, which seemingly he can. And not only was he able to do that, he was able to go for a brilliant long red into the left corner. And now, let's see if he's going to get the reward for it as well. He will. The brown is going to be available into the right corner. Hi there. Hello, Letitia. Welcome back. It's been a while. And yeah, it doesn't look too bad for you, by the way, remembering that you are very much on the Trump train. Probably looking worse in relation to how well he's been playing, but certainly still getting the results in. And after that brilliant long red, still putting himself in that window of trying to put the brown into that green pocket, and now allowing himself to go for the red into the left middle. Although he could have got a little bit closer towards it. I feel like he will have to hold that cue ball away from the pink here. So potentially looking for the red above the black there, which could still getting onto an expensive colour to be played. Indeed, hope the same is saying for all you. Lovely message there, and hope the same goes for you as well. Now then, he is going to go for a more difficult shot in relation to the positional play. Probably slightly easier when it comes down to potting the red would have been to try and go for the red into the corner. And he's missed the red. Well, I mean, it's one of those where Trump clearly could feel like he was going to have a good chance of playing for the black there, which, you know, because he missed out on that red, he didn't play that shot with enough of a cut there. The cue ball was nowhere to be seen on the black, which might have actually saved him here, because the closer the cue ball is to the black, the closer it is to the other couple of reds there. So once again, just not getting that clinical performance of Judd Trump that we have seen throughout the Shanghai Masters there from Judd Trump. And of course, the positive news for him is that he's still going to be coming into the second session with a great chance of being in the lead, because right now, as you can see, he hasn't really left a chance away for Wilson. So it will all be down to a safety battle to resume again, and Wilson needs to make sure he's going to be a little bit more careful than what he's done beforehand, after leaving a chance away for the red into the left part of the table here. So still, it's probably not showing the best type of snooker there from either one of them, but I feel like Wilson was getting himself up to that pace quite recently, and I think that's why it was so important for Trump to win that frame number 8. Because, you know, beforehand, Wilson dominated the previous 3 frames, only was able to win 2 of them because of that incredible 67 points clearance, which he left for Trump after missing out on the frame ball. And as I said beforehand, could have easily been 5-3 in the lead of his own there. But instead, Wilson, he's going to be still in the mix there of trying to make sure Trump doesn't get too far away from him. As Trump there plays a bit of a risky shot of the side cushion, gets that cue ball to be heading all the way towards the green pocket, as Wilson follows with his example. And once again swishes back onto the turn towards Karen Wilson out there. So they're looking to try and make it all the way for the red here to be played into the left part of the table. And he's played that shot with plenty of power, but once again couldn't quite execute the long range strike there from Chum. But, you know, dragging that cue ball very nicely indeed for him towards the baulk line. The slight problem is one of the reds has actually gone towards the right corner after a contact with the plans of the two of them. So now there is going to be a chance for either Karen Wilson going for a shot in towards the right corner, or alternatively for himself to try and just spot the red into the right corner and drag the cue ball, you know, onto the left-hand side of the black there. But it doesn't seem like he's going to be all down to the attacking options here for Kyron. So still potentially looking at a potential plan there and trying to get that cue ball safe, which is going to be his number one target here. But of course, with him doing that, he basically needed to do one of the two things: either get the cue ball to be perfectly safe, which it is, but only to the left side of the table because of catching the brown. They're very much tied to it, but I still feel like Trump can afford to go for this red, you know, and I was a little bit surprised. You know, obviously Wilson thought that he was likely to make that plant into the corner, because now Trump is going to go for this red because he clearly doesn't have that invitation of a plant next to his name. He's thinking about trying to leave the cue exactly where the red is, basically. You know, ignoring the angle. And, well, he didn't really ignore the angle on the red. Let's see if he's going to get away with this one. He will, but to a lesser extent than he did last time around. There is not going to be an easy shot there for Wilson, but there might be a gap there for him to see a red into the left middle, which may as well be classified as an easy shot. The Wilson had a little look, thought against it, but then seems like he is going to go for that red after all. And still, just even though Trump is able to maintain that 2-frame of advantage, it just doesn't seem like he is finding himself in that rhythm where, you know, he's sort of been at throughout the entirety of the tournament, even in the matches where he seemed like it was a close battle against Hawkins and during, at some stage, against Weezer as well. He always seemed like he was in that dominant game of his own, and he was down to his opponents playing well in the cases of Hawkins, or not so well when it comes to Higgins. But also I think it was down to one of his best performances there with Chomp. Also, I think it was a little bit personal because of Higgins, you know, getting the edge out of him in those two semi-finals of last season of the Masters and the Players' Championship, one after another. But this time around, I still think there is going to be plenty of, you know, action to be played in between Wilson and Trump here, especially if Karen is able to get this frame on the board. That leaves us with a massive frame, number 10, to be played in this session as well, before we get ourselves towards the evening in Shanghai, towards the afternoon in Europe, to see on which one of the English players will be able to either extend their winning streak here of 2025, which is going to be the case with Karen Wilson, hasn't lost a match here since 2024, or it's going to be the case of Jutrup having an off-season last year where he wasn't quite able to make it to the semis, and after beating Neil Robertson in such a confident win in the first round, but then, you know, still coming back 2 years later, and just like he was in 2024, making sure that he is going to be now the reigning Shanghai Masters for 12 months or so. But for now, Wilson is still looking at the ping to be taken here carefully well into the right corner. Very tight position this is in relation to all the reds, which makes it a little bit challenging there for Wilson. But also, it felt like if you break it down quite well and you don't make any sort of serious mistakes there, it could also be a very nice thing for him because he doesn't have to be, you know, sort of worried about the position of the reds and colours too much. All he needs to do is to try and keep it within this little box of space, which all the reds are going to be located within, all of them lower than the pink spot, and also neither of them are going to be any closer towards the cushions, with only a couple of reds on the right hand side of that pink spot, as he now takes the black for the first time in the break. making sure that he's got a great chance now of trying to stay on the black for at least a couple of more shots there, Wilson. And now, once again, it could be one of those frames there with Chum where, he's not necessarily going to be looking back on it, but once again, where even though he had that opening opportunity, it will be all down to Wilson. Once again, having this frame to be counted as one of those where he was the one dominating, and hope Judd will concentrate more finals this year. It's hard to see him playing so well during the tournaments and crumbling into the final three. Yeah, it's interesting to see that because 5 finals last year, 2 more semi-finals that I can think of. Both lost against Higgins. I'm not sure if there were more than that. Only one of them of the finals that he's managed to win. So yeah, we're going to have to wait and see if he's just going to be able to get himself into a better form there. And when you think about those finals, majority of them, I think, to me, were lost in the second session because he had 2 difficult finals against Selby where he has to come back pretty much on every single one of them. Well, not well. That's a horrible miss from Wilson. I mean, is that down to the table that he feels? Well, he's certainly not going to be happy with whatever it was, but I'll tell you what, Trump is going to be singing Merry Christmas now to himself because that is an absolute gift. I mean, where did that come from? And I don't really understand what Wilson can be complaining about because how can a fade be that significant? I mean, he didn't even catch the jaws of the pocket there. He was that wide. Well, it won't be the first time and it won't be the second time there. Wilson just having a dreadful run when it comes down to those easy shots. Remember, missed 2 blacks off the spot already. Cost him the frame on one of those occasions. Missed the red into the left corner through the side cushion. Cost him another frame. Missed the red, which was the frame ball, whilst being 66 points clear. And left that position on the play there for Chum. But now, of course, missing out on this pink as well. Well, it does just remind you of the stage of the match that he had against Zhao Xington. But, of course, Zhao wasn't quite able to sort of get himself far enough ahead there of Wilson just keep on coming back there. And in the end, showing some great snooker at the end of that session. Number 2 in the evening. But right now, it seems to be a very different story here with Judd Trump just being able to steady the ship recently. And even though he's not great at creating his own chances here, he's been great so far at punishing Wilson for his mistakes. Let's see if this frame is going to be, another one of those examples. But yeah, Wilson now is going to leave it all down to the potential chance here for him to come back to the table, which is going to be grateful for if he comes back to the table and he doesn't need a snooker. But ultimately, of course, if he does lose his frame, it will come down to a bit of a do or die for him in that last frame of the session, because it would be exactly what Selby did to Trump in a couple of those sessions there, where I think it was in the UK, where he got a 5-0 lead and then he was just able to run away with it until the very end of the session, where he was just keeping on that gap. And even though he was 9-8 at the end and 10-8, but Selby was able to get over the finish line, it was still very much all down to Selby to be in some sort of comfort zone and not trailing until from start to finish. But yeah, of course, that's all going to be down to Trump scoring all the easier points for now. He's probably about to have the easier reds for him to run out of. And he straight away tried to take the cue ball into the reds. And you can see with his face there, he's not happy with where the cue ball landed. I think it's down to the spin. I think it's down to him not having that ability to go onto the black there. But he's got the pink, which was very kindly missed there by Kyron. And he's now going to be still over the pocket. So, playing that shot through the gap of the reds. Is he going to get a little bit of luck? He will, if the red goes past the black there. But I feel like, if he did, Trump wouldn't be second-guessing himself. Although, no, he confidently does. Which is now going to be great news for Trump, because he can try and get one of those reds towards the pocket. Or alternatively, he can just try and miss that cue ball altogether. And just get himself lined up through the black by using the black ball cushion there. So then, 5 points is going to be the lead here potentially for Judd. Playing this shot once again off 2 cushions. Needs to miss the pink, which he just about will. Once again finding that, pace at the end of it all. He was struggling at the first part of the session where, he was underrunning, overrunning, and he sort of kept that with him until the probably the middle point, if not the end stage of the session. But for now, in this break alone, he's been going pretty steady there, trying to get out and get one of those reds away from the left side cushion. Wasn't successful at this stage, but ultimately didn't compromise himself on the black, so still going to get another bite of the cherry there, you would feel. For now, just trying to once again use that topspin shot, but if he was missing out on the pink last time around, he's going to fully clatter into the pink this time here. And, well, that's what's been happening for him. I mean, you could say the position wasn't the easiest one, but you could also say that he has left it a little bit too late for me, where, you know, you can understand having to take those reds, but, I mean, now it's still going to be very much down to a safety battle, unless he still feels like he can go for this red and cut this one into the corner. A risky shot to be taking on, because I don't think there's going to be a lot of value in taking that red on, but there's going to be a lot of value if he misses that one over for Kyren Wilson. So I think that makes sense, that he's going to stop there for Trump, and 45 points of a break is going to be enough there for Judd to be happy with. So then 13 points is now the lead for Wilson to try and recover from. And yeah, I mean, that's not necessarily the way that you want to start off the safety battle there. Especially, well, I mean, he's left two reds, basically. Neither one is easy, but, I mean, that's certainly when Trump was like, well, I certainly should not have gone for that red there, because now, I'm not going to say that was an easy red, but that was certainly a lot easier than he should have been from Wilson's point of view. And now it's a very important shot there for Trump. Gets him 24 points clear, and basically makes it, unless it's going to be the yellow, which it does seem like it will be actually, the next red is going to be the frame ball. So he's probably going to have to play a colour after that one as well. But he's just making that line from the yellow towards the red. But if there's anyone that's got enough Q power to try and make sure the white is going to have plenty of spin to cover that distance, it's going to be this man here. So then 26 points. He's the lead here for Judd. So 35 still at the table. Now looking to go for the red in towards the left corner. Then just play for a colour of any choice. And then all of a sudden, it's now a little bit of a do or die here for Wilson, despite being with a great chance in the 8th frame to try and recover quite late on. Now, it will be all down to 6-3 to be the reality, and a very important frame of rate that Trump was able to take that momentum away there from Wilson, and finally have a bit of a frame where, even though it wasn't perfect for him, but at least, you know, he wasn't putting himself under too much pressure there, as he now goes for the yellow. Sorry, so the green is going to be the frame ball. Got that one a little bit too soon. Hobjet wins all the way. Yeah, I don't know why I thought, you know, the gap was 34 points rather than 24. So then the yellow is going to be taken. Now the green is going to follow it as well. But to be fair, you can't really make a mistake like that, because we've seen that with Wilson when he was 66 points clear, you know, all the time in the world. And, well, the brown is going to come begging. And Trump there was very, very nervous after he missed the brown, looking at the scoreboard and like, have I messed this one up? He hasn't. He's now 27 points clear with 22 at the table. Could have done with getting the brown in, but at the same time, it will now be 2 snookers needed for Kyren Wilson to get himself, you know, back in contention for the frame. Hope Judd wins all the way. We'll see. For now, he's got all the chances of that to happen. But for now, Wilson's clearly going to just look at the options and, yeah, seemingly go for that brown to be rolled carefully towards the right middle. And make sure that he will be down to just 1 snooker that he needs. But, of course, doing that on 3 colours instead of 4 is going to be slightly more difficult for him, to put it in a kind way. And, well, I mean, surely, well, all of his eggs in one basket there, it would seem. He's going to try and pot the blue as well. So it's now 1 snooker needed for him to try and win the frame. But you feel like he's probably going to get 1 effort at this one. And then it will all be down to, you know, just trying to pick up the scraps there. He's now got the pink and the black. And he's going to try and get the snooker on the pink. It's a good effort, though. It's a really good effort. If the pink is just going to slow down, well, I'll tell you what. It's an effort and a half that from Wilson. Curious choice to pot the blue. It seems to be worth it now, though. I mean, I don't know if Trump is going to hit it, but he has actually managed to get a really good snooker in behind the black now. The pink is not perfectly on the cushion. There is room to go around it. And I'll tell you what, it's difficult to say. I think he should be hitting this one 2 cushions. And he was. And he hit that one really, really well. To be fair, that was the comfortable hit. And he needed to be. So now then, hindsight is a wonderful thing. Okay, the snooker is very good. It was, but the escape was pretty much about as good as the actual problem and the snooker that was lined up there on Judd. So that's when, he probably wasn't worth it then. But, as I say, the snooker was very, very good there. But this is where the struggle is going to begin there for Kyron. And I think Trump can relax a little bit and take his foot off the pedal. I think the thing that he needs to be focusing on is just try and put plenty of distance in between the cue ball and the pink, or alternatively, as he just tried to put the white closer towards the pink there. And there could be another point to this one. I'm not sure if it is confirmed that we're going to see the 10th frame in the first session, because, as I say, we've been going on for quite a while, 3.5 hours to be precise. So therefore, I'm not sure if, the longer this frames goes, the less of a chance that we have that we're actually going to have that 10th frame on the board. We've seen that beforehand with a couple of the other matches as well, where the players were doing that on purpose, but that was down to the qualifiers. And of course, they have to be very much going according to a certain schedule. And when you have got another frame to be starting on, then you have to stop the match and then wait until all the matches are finished, until you're going to be able to resume the match that wasn't quite finished in time. As Trom there just gives a careful brush towards the pink, gets the cue ball to be running all the way down to the corner pocket. And Wilson is now ready to respond with his own type of a shot there. And I think that's going to be the end, because Wilson didn't really get a double kiss that he wanted. And so the pink is going to be rolled very carefully in towards the pocket. So then the referee doesn't let the players know that it will be the last frame. So we're going to have one more frame there to see whether it will be a very substantial lead for Judd Trump of 7 frames to 3, or is it going to be Kyron Wilson to come back a little bit more into the match and make it all the way for the battle, to try and make it all the way to the finish line there. As you can see, for now, it will be Judd Trump to have won the frame, and he's now going to lead by 6 frames to 3. A massive 10th frame now for Kyron Wilson. Not so much for, Judd Trump, you would have to say, because, he's going to find himself in the lead anyway. Yes, it could still be the frame which puts him into a very healthy advantage there with 7-3 to be the scoreline in case of him being the winner. But I also feel like if Wilson does get the chance and finally is able to use this one, and once again you have to say that ping that he missed into the right corner was absolutely unacceptable. And whether it was down to fate, whether it was down to something else, I think Wilson was pretty fortunate to get the chance to get himself right back in the frame after that misjudgment from Trump. But to be fair, once the misjudgment was made, Trump was able to make the right decision of step away from that break and just put himself in the position of some sort of control, and still looking to try and play the right shot at the right time, playing some good safeties. And Wilson decided to try and get one snooker lined up on the pink. He had a very good snooker lined up in behind the black, but it didn't work out because there was a great escape there from Trump. So the frame number 10, which is going to be the last frame of the session. So 10 frames in the first session, could be up to 11 in the second one. For now, for that to be up to 11 in the second one, we're going to have to see a bit of a comeback here from Wilson. And the comeback better start here for him, because still he does find himself to be a little bit outside of the optimal window, and still looking to try and make it down to the 10th frame to be very much Kyron Wilson's one for the taking, as it's now going to be him to be the player to break off. Just waiting for Trump to get back into the arena there. And right next to the table, Wilson seems like he's very keen to get on with it. But I think he's going to be very keen to win the frame as well. He's been showing some great sense of humour over the last couple of days, but also today, with a funny interaction with the referee. But ultimately, even though, of course, he was able to win that particular frame, he has lost the frame on 6 of those 9 occasions. So now he desperately needs to win this frame, not even for, Trump to be getting the number 7 on the board, because it's still going to be a race to 11. So there's going to be plenty of opportunities there. But you feel like he just needs to make sure he does actually get his own game to be working in the right direction there. So we're going to have to wait and see the way this is going to work out. For now, there will be a decent enough break-off shot there from Wilson to make sure that no chances are going to be given away to Judd Trump. And the interesting thing is, Trump was happy to put that cue ball in towards the black ball cushion there, which he knew, and I think Wilson is going to know that well as well, that he's going to leave a red out to be taken into the right middle potentially. So this is going to be an interesting one. He decided to try and take this one in towards the, that's a little bit too tight for comfort. I mean, he decided to take that one into the middle. I thought he might play that one into the green pocket, but he has done something that Trump hasn't been doing for the last couple of frames, to be fair. When he was taking those type of shots there, he has made sure that he caught the front jaw there, which, even though he might have actually left a chance of going for the red in towards the yellow pocket, of course, it doesn't actually give Trump a direct chance of going for that specific red. So now we're going to have to wait and see on the way the position is going to develop. It's never a nice thing where you've got a red over the pocket because, you know, even though you feel like, well, as soon as someone makes a mistake, you're going to be up and running. But usually what happens is that the players get very, very careful with that. And that's not really the plan that Kyle Wilson has. And I think he's going to have to, well, I mean, that certainly worked out, as I said. I mean, when you've got a red over the corner pocket, you do expect that the things are going to start happening very soon. And they have. And they happen in favour of Trump there. As long as he's able to see either one of the reds that Wilson has left for him, which I think he will be comfortably, and by the time they were showing the replay, he's already managed to put one of those reds that was over the pocket. And another problem for Wilson is that one mistake in a position like this is game over usually. Whether that will be the case here or not, but once again, if it was Wilson at the table, you could probably ask the question and go back to all the numerous mistakes that he's made. With Trump, I think you're going to have, the fingers on the right hand to try and count all the mistakes that he's made based off the unforced errors. There's been a couple. I think most of them have come from the positional play misjudgments, and I think his spot success has been really, really good. Not perfect, but especially if you compare it to Karen, it's been pretty much perfect in relation to how few of those errors have actually come in there. And I mean, we can all remember that blue that they're seeing the cue ball on the side cushion, and he had absolutely no way to try and get himself out of that position. And in relation to, he could only see the blue as the only colour. He wasn't on the black, he wasn't on the pink, he couldn't see the ball colour, and he had the reds all over the table. So what he's done is, he's gone for that blue into the yellow pocket, he's absolutely thrashed that one home, and even though he didn't get on the red, it still absolutely is going to be the shot of the entire match there for him. Now, for now, he just needs to make sure he doesn't make this the best break of the match, but he just needs to make it very steady, get himself through to the black, which he's just done after clearing the top part of the table out there. And thank you very much, Letitia, for the support out there. So 10 points is the lead here for Trump. And now, just looking for the shot on the black. If he gets himself through to a shot there onto the reds into the left middle, he could still retain that full control of the cue ball. You know, he's got the ping to be slightly further than usual, but I think once again he might want to keep it there until he's either cleared the pink spot, or he's got any need to be using the pink, although he's got other plans for it. But of course, maybe he can see that the pink spot is actually going to be available all this time, so maybe he can see it as a chance for him to get through towards the reds. Doesn't really want to be bridging over the blue there, makes it nasty for him. And, well, I'll tell you what, I said that with a little bit of a playful thing, but it is serious, because he's straight in that red. He has to bridge right over the blue there, which means he's going to have to be wrong side of a blue. Well, yeah, he's trying to be wrong side of a blue, but at least put himself a little bit of the angle to be wrong side of a blue. He's going to think about the pink here as well. If he goes into the corner, that will be a little bit of a helping hand, although the pink still needs to be potted because of how far away the cue ball is going to be from the pink itself. Lovely little shot there. Look at how well it's managed to get that cue ball through to the gap and past those reds. Put enough distance there in between the cue ball and the target red into the middle. And now put himself right in that window of looking for the red to be taken here in towards the right middle. Now potentially looking for a plant chance as well. And now, even though he's unable to find a plant, he may be able to find a plant right underneath the pink there, which would make the colour to go into an extra pocket there. Makes it now 3 out of the main 4. And also, it's another 8 that he's managed to get himself on top of. And now 32 points is the gap. 3 more reds that he's got available, clearly ahead of himself. And one of them is going to go towards the left side cushion slightly, which I feel like he will compromise that red, not by much, but still. And ultimately now he's got 3 reds, as I say, to add to 38 points of a lead that he has. And that goes without saying that he has been looking at a potential plant into the right corner, which could still bring out a couple more of those reds into the open play. For now, he needs to focus on what is ahead of himself and what is available. 150 balls that he's managed to pot in the opening 9.5 frames. Now then, just looking to try and pot the black into the right corner, get himself through to a red lineup to be taken once again carefully along the cushion. Could have been slightly closer towards the red, but I think of how close the red actually is to the pocket. He should be fine here. It just doesn't want to take too much on the hit on the front jaw there. Once again, the Crucible jaws probably would have not forgiven you for that, but with how generous these have been so far this week, especially the corner pockets, I would say, especially the bottom left one, the one that he's about to play the black into. And, well, he's trying to take the cue ball into the red, and I'll tell you what, it may have actually backfired a little bit, because he got one of the reds in to the open play, but I'm not sure he's on it, and if he's not, then he's going to have to go for one unplanned shot there, I would say. I think he mishit that one a little bit. I think he was trying to get the cue ball properly stuck into the pack there, because if he was just trying to make it a little brush, I think he would have done that earlier. Karen is still world number 2. No, he's dropped down because, of course, remember, he would have lost 500,000 worth of the ranking points, and you can see there on the screen, we've got the new thing going on, that he's the world number 7, because instead of having 1,300, 1,300,000 worth of ranking points, he's now going to have only 899,000, sort of like that, because he would have lost 500,000 worth of ranking points because of him being the winner of the Crucible in 2024 and only getting through to the second round last season after beating Stan Moody in a very exciting battle. So he's dropped down from the world number 2 to the world number 7. The world number 2 is now Neil Robertson, who's gone from the world number 3 to the world number 2, mainly to that drop-off from Wilson. And now we've got the world number 3 and the world number 4 to be from China, as Zhao Xington is still very much in the top 3, and Weezer is now getting himself from outside of the top 16 at the start of last season to now comfortably into the top 4 as well. Trom there with an interesting situation up ahead of himself, where he still needs a red and a collar after it, and he could have been lined up a little bit better here, but he's recovered really, really well, and that's exactly why I think if he just gets one more red after this blue, then it's exactly the reason why he's going to find himself with 7-3 of a gap ahead of himself. Yeah, almost half than Trump. This is why I asked. That's huge. Yeah, I mean, that's... But once again, Trump is not going to be... Well, first of all, Trump probably is not... Well, I mean, if he's not on the red, there is about 0.5% of a chance of him not being on the red, but he's having a very good old look at it. And, yeah, I think he's... Well, I'm not sure, I can't see from this angle that he can't. I mean, he was never going to back down a bit, but it would not have been nice for him to do a Karen Wilson, but he was 66 points clear and 67 at the table. That's now in the past. And, yeah, well, he has to say, Trump is not really going to be in a brilliant condition of his own. I remember the Saudi Masters. I remember that what happened to the 10-year contract. Trump is going to be the first man to feel the full pain of that one, because he's going to have 500,000 worth of ranking points as soon as we got over to China Open, Wuhan Open, I should say. He's going to lose 500,000. So it's now going to make live. It's going to make Wilson, Robertson and Xington to jump ahead of him. So, yeah, Trump doesn't seem... Oh, that's an interesting shot there as he pots the red, pots the cue ball at the same time. Wilson, he's not going to continue right now, and he will be all down to a break of 82 points for Trump, which is going to be the best that he can manage. Ends up with a foul, but ends up with a really good sequence of frames there. And after having a 3-2 of a scoreline, he's managed to win 4 out of the remaining 5 frames, which now puts him in a really good position for the second session as well. And now he will be down to Trump to have 7-3 of a lead in a race to 11 frames. Only 4 more frames that he needs to win after the opening 10. Wilson has got it all to do as he finds himself in all sorts of trouble and just doesn't seem like he's showing... Well, I mean, he's showing signs of that form that got him into this place, but it just doesn't seem like he's got that fine edge of just going on that brilliant run of 4 frames in the bounce or something. But, Trump once again being very, very clinical, especially towards the end of this first session. Now he's going to have to try and keep on this momentum as we now get ourselves through towards a 7-3 frames of a lead there for Watchalong, and now finding himself in a very comfortable position indeed. 10 frames to be played, still could be up to 11 more to be played if the match is to go the distance. For now, seems unlikely, but we have seen what happens when you put Wilson into the corner. Just ask Williams, just ask Ronnie, just ask Zhao Xingtong. All of them have been within 2 frames away of winning, and then have seen Wilson to win 3 or more frames on the bounce. 5-3 down against Wilson, 4-3 down against Ronnie, managed to win 3 out of the remaining 3 frames as well. And then 8-6 down against Zhao Xingtong, won 4 frames on the bounce to get himself into this final stage. With Watchalong for now, still doesn't seem like we're seeing enough of that form of it, but things change, and in the 2 hours time, we may still see a bit of a different form there from both Kyle and Wilson, and a potential drop-off there, which probably at this stage is going to be necessary there from Watchalong, that does find himself only 4 frames away from making it all the way towards having the Shanghai Masters title for the second time in 3 years. Now then, it's going to be the end for us here, so thank you very much for tuning in. Stay tuned in. In less than 2 hours time, we'll resume the play and we'll see on who's going to be the Shanghai Masters champion for the second time in 3 years time. Thanks for watching, and thank you very much for now. No incredible snooker there, won't we go? Yeah, but I think, last on that, I think you're always going to see that when you've got such a brilliant play from both of them in the semi-finals. Sometimes you can just burn yourself out when you've played your best snooker before the final. Numerous times that happened last season. Trump did that at the Tour Championship. He was absolutely destroying everyone. Not really Allen in the first round, but he destroyed Murphy, he destroyed Robertson, and then he got completely destroyed himself by Zhao Xingtong in the Tour Champ. Murphy did that in the Xi'an Grand Prix, where he outplayed everyone, I think including Ronnie, or Wilson that beat Ronnie or something like that, and then he got absolutely thrashed by the biggest defeat of the season by Mark Williams in the final that wasn't playing anywhere near his best snooker. So for now, Wilson probably was looking better of the two ahead of this match. Trump managed to say see you later for now, and now gets himself 7-3 of an advantage over to the 11th frame, which will start in just over 2 hours time. Thanks for watching once again, and stay tuned in for more action.
Empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly.